Okay, we should be ready to go.
Okay, in that case, the online meeting of the Leeward Planning Commission will now come to order. It's Wednesday, June 16th, 2021. The time is 9:41 a.m. Based on the governor's 19th proclamation related to COVID-19 emergency dated April 9th, 2021, we're holding this meeting online to maintain physical distancing and prevent the spread of COVID. The public can observe the meeting on YouTube live stream by following the link provided on the county website calendar or by using the URL advertised on the agenda. Video recordings will be available on the same YouTube channel. The minutes and transcripts will also be posted to the county website at a later date. As always, we'll remind all the participants the protocol for the meeting. Please silence your phone and any other devices near you. Only one person can speak at a time. Raise your hand to be recognized by the chair before you speak. Please speak directly into your microphone and keep your microphone muted while you're not speaking. If you talk over each other, your microphones pick up noise. The dialogue can't be transcribed. With that, I'll introduce my fellow commissioners. Please raise your hand when you're called. Commissioner and temporary Vice Chair, Barbara DeFranco. Aloha, Barbara. Commissioner CJ Kanuha.
Aloha, good morning.
Aloha, Commissioner Kanuha. Commissioner Van Pernis.
Aloha.
Aloha, Commissioner Van Pernis. And is Commissioner Yates on yet? Okay, she's not here yet. We'll introduce her if she becomes available. I'm Chairperson Mike Batusik. We do have the quorum required to hold this meeting. I'd like to introduce the county staff. We have Deputy Corporation Counsel Delilah Schluter. Morning. She's an attorney for the Planning Commission. We have Deputy Corporation Counsel Jean Campbell.
Morning.
Aloha. Planning Director Zendo Kern. He looks like he stepped out. Okay. And we've got Deputy Planning Director Jeff Darrow. Good morning, Jeff.
Morning.
Planning Program Manager Maya Jackson. Maya's on the phone. Planner Alex Roy. And then Leeward Planning Commission Secretary Noriko Sauer. Next up, we'll take the approval of the minutes. The minutes from the open session and executive session of May 2021 meeting minutes have been circulated. Are there any corrections that the planning commissioners would add? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes as submitted? Motion by Vice Chair DeFranco. Second by Commissioner Kanuha. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Commissioner Van Pernis, I didn't see a vote on that one.
I'll vote aye.
Okay, thank you. So unanimous 4-0. Moving forward to statements from the public on agenda items. So we've received a significant amount of written testimony, which has been emailed to the commissioners. I ask that the testifiers today, please limit your testimony to 3 minutes and not be repetitive. Time will be kept by Planning Department Program Manager Maya Jackson. She will ring a bell at the 2-minute and 30-second mark to let you know that your time is about to end, and you're welcome to summarize at that point. Please don't simply reread your written testimony. We've received it, we've reviewed it, we're familiar with it. You're welcome to summarize and update your testimony here in person. After your testimony, the commissioners may have questions for you, and when there are no more questions, please log out of Zoom platform and switch to YouTube if you wish to observe the remainder of the meeting. This is to limit the number of participants on the screen in order to better manage the meeting and allow for better connection and less noise disturbance. If all of the testifiers today could please unmute, I'm going to swear you all in together. Everybody's unmuted. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth before the Leeward Planning Commission?
Yes.
I do.
Yes.
Yes.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Testimony on item 1. We have first up is Simi McMichael. Would you please state your name and the town that you live in? Is Simi here? I see your name there. Hello, Simi. If you're here, you can unmute and you can begin your testimony.
McMichael, Kailua Kona.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Before I begin on this agenda for the Parks and Rec, I did not see a sign that was posted on the site. And it was supposed to be posted when the application is sent in. And that was in March. And it's supposed to have an affidavit to the application. And I kept looking for it and I could not find it. So I believe that this agenda should be postponed and we should give the proper notice to the public because many of the people didn't know about this and people of the lineal descendant didn't even know of this.
Wow.
So that's, you know, I've went through this drill before with the Banyans 5-story condo and we had to cancel this meeting and postpone. This is going through the same thing. And it's really important that everyone knows about this because this is our prime recreational beach. So I don't want to
Okay.
wait 3 minutes on this. I want to know what we're gonna do here.
You get your 3 minutes to provide your testimony, and it will be considered during the decision-making process. Absolutely.
What?
No. No, you can't do that. You have to just call it off. You have to call off this one and then move on to the next agenda. We can't do the Parks and Rec without the proper, you're supposed to, on the application, there's a posting of the sign for public notification in accordance to Chapter 25 Zoning Code, Article 2, Division 1, Section 25-2-12. The Hawaii County Code is 1983, 2016 edition, or Planning Commission Rules and Practices. And what has to be done is they have to post the nature of the application, the proposed use of the property, the size of the property, the TMK, and that the public can contact planning department prior to this. And then they have to have the address and telephone number of the planning department. And it has to be, this sign has to be posted until the application has been granted, denied, or withdrawn. And the applicant shall remove the sign promptly, such as after the action. And also that it has to be an affidavit with the application. And also I have a problem because when you posted the 14-day notice, this was not on the agenda. Only the Meissen one was. And then when you posted the county Parks and Rec, the PD recommendation and the background was not posted the first week. And I called Noriko and I said, where is it? Because we need to know what we have to do. What is it to make a strong testimony to go by? And then what happened is she said they were not ready. So when it was finally done, it was the day of the deadline to even do a contested case hearing. So it needs to be postponed. And actually we should postpone it for 3 months because they gave themselves 3 months. And and when I read into their background, they said that they welcome contested case hearing and they want the feedback, but yet they posted it. And I saw it only like about 3 o'clock-ish on the last day of the deadline to even contest. And we went through the EA also on this whole project. And many people wrote in about removal of the trees. And when I commented back on the response, they had a number that you could call to to challenge it basically. And when I emailed this person in Honolulu, they said, boy, you're going to challenge? I suggest you get yourself an attorney. That felt like a threat. I didn't like that feeling. It felt odd. And, you know, people should be aware of what's happening. And nobody wants to buck the county. I mean, but we need to express our own feelings about how it affects us.
Timmy, your 3 minutes is up.
But that wasn't my 3 minutes. That was my speech on.
No, you're given 3 minutes for testimony. And your 3 minutes
I
is up.
wasn't testifying. I'm trying to tell you that you can't have this on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Simi, for your testimony on this item. It's absolutely going to be considered on this. You know, right now we're in the public testimony phase of this item, and then once we get in, we can decide whether
Corp counsel.
whether.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. We can request an opinion from Corp Counsel, but I
shouldn't
we
you do
would
it
like
prior?
to hear testimony
Shouldn't
from
you do
the
it prior?
testifiers. Excuse me?
Shouldn't you do it prior?
Prior
taking
to
the
the item?
testimony? Yeah. Because this isn't my testimony. This is a basically argument here on having it on the agenda. If I have a testimony on this, I have a lot more to say on why it is going to affect us. This isn't even what it's going to affect us. It's how to present it properly.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, we are limited on the amount of public testimony we can do. I would like to hear from our corporation counsel at this point.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
All right, for everyone, I understand what she's saying in her testimony. However, as the chair stated, in the agenda, we are at the public testimony part. We have not called any agenda items yet. So any action, whether it be to postpone, proceed, what have you, is not on the table yet. It's not on the floor yet. So for argument's sake, if it is appropriate to continue that item, that will be determined by the commission upon that agenda item being called.
Yeah, we fully intend to take that into consideration, and I intend to ask that question of planning department staff as to whether notification has been met, and if not, we will likely postpone. But again, we're not at that phase of the meeting yet. We're under public testimony, and everybody has to have their opportunity to provide public testimony, as you have. Next up, we have Lokilani McMichael.
Well, wait a minute. Can I just testify in Alacalas? Or is that going to axe me out of Alacalas?
No, not at all. We're on
Okay.
item 1, and we're going to get you.
Okay.
We have you again below for item number 2.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you bet. So number 2, Lokilani McMichael.
Hi, I'm Lokilani McMichael. I'm from Kailua Kona. This is about the magic sands. Okay, Article 11, Section 9 of the Hawaii State Constitution, which states each person has the right to a clean and healthful environment as defined by laws relating to environmental quality, including control of pollution and conservation, protection, and enhancement of natural resources. Page 16 of the background report. If the comfort station and shower facilities were entirely limited to the Mauka side of Ali'i Drive, all park users would be required. Hello?
My
All
goodness.
Oh, am I still on?
Yep, you are. Sorry. about
Okay,
that.
okay. All park users would be required to cross.
Sorry, we have a connection issue. Let me. Just a minute here. Lokilani, we just lost you.
Hello?
Are you back? Okay.
Yes, okay.
Sorry about that.
It's okay, okay. Majority of the public parking is Mauka of Ali'i Drive. Right now, people park at the Kipapa Park and have to cross the street to use the bathroom or go to the beach. So If they're worried about it, maybe we need the flashing lights at the crosswalk that already exists there. Not sure, but page 9 of the recommendation, relocating the comfort station from its existing location to a position Malka of Ali'i Drive is considered to be the most culturally appropriate way of mitigating the potential for adverse cultural impacts. Per Curtis Tyler, he said that it was heva from a cultural significance of the area that this aging facility is so close to a punavai, a place traditionally used to obtain drinking water. Please leave the trees, the leaves, they're like a sponge holding the beach from further erosion, and preserve the natural beauty of our coastline. Due to the climate change, we have to plant even more trees to protect our Bahipana. Sea level is rising, and Ali'i Drive is at sea level already. Moving the current comfort station slightly Malka is not far enough from the ocean. Plus, if this was a private developer building such a proximity to the shoreline, it would never be allowed. A toilet and a shower on a white sand beach. This is La'aloa. La'aloa means very sacred, so please protect it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I just wanted to say aloha to Commissioner Yates, who's joined us. Good morning. Are there any questions from the last two? I should have asked for questions after the first one, but commissioners, any questions? Okay, moving on. We have Mele McMichael.
No, she's gonna just do the alakala.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. And then Mia McMichael.
No, she's not here.
No, okay. Next up is Maki Morinoi.
Aloha, Leeward Planning Committee. Let's see, I'm here to give my strong urgent ask to
And
postpone.
sorry, would you please state your name and the town that you live in?
Oh, my name is Maki Morinoi from Holualoa.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here to ask urgently to postpone this hearing for all the reasons Simi McMichaels has mentioned for SMA 21000080. I want to acknowledge the fact that the public wasn't thoroughly notified, and the backlash that will come when the trees are being cut down will send a strong and powerful message to our community, local and longtime visitors. I'm very grateful for, there's plans for new ADA compliant facilities, showers and all that. Again, we have photographic proof, and being multi-generational families using and enjoying the waterfront for all these decades have seen the water rising, and it is change. It will continue to change. It's not going to reverse itself. So to that, I say to any development, whether it's county parks and rec, or open space trunk lots, residential buildings, we should take care of our waterfront ways and start moving in the direction of preservation through the lens of rising tides and cultural landscape. New York City has done a fantastic job at dedicating their whole waterfront to parks for all to come. And they do a great job at bringing in lots of revenue because of their beautification project. And they also support cleaning project in their water system through the 1 Billion Oyster Project movement that helps alleviate the human impact that has caused their waterways to be and habitats to be destroyed. And I feel that with Governor Ige's recent law that he put into place relating to sea level rise adaptation recognizes the fact that the sea level is rising through HB 243, HD1, SD2, CD1. With that, both Leeward Planning Committee and County Council and our senators to please recognize this and allow our waterfront properties to become parkways for all, and to mitigate and to recognize rising tides and the importance of trees and grass that plays on filtration and cleaning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Kyoko Nani. Would you please state your name and the town that you live in?
Okay, my name is Kyoko Nani. I was born and raised in Holualoa, Kona, Hawaii, where I reside. Okay, now on this matter, I strongly advocate shoreline conservation and the notion of cutting down trees at Magic Sands Beach to accommodate more concrete. And although creating ADA bathrooms is a very good inclusion, I seriously implore the commission to revisit the design you've proposed, which at this juncture does not preserve the cultural landscape so pono to our people and longtime community. This is your kuleana to us, especially to us in Kona. Did you advise us of this this activity? I did not see any signs, and we were passing by recently about a week ago. Now, I want to say that the trees at Magic Sands Beach are an integral cultural presence of this longtime favored beach to both the locals and eventually to foreign and mainland visitors. Adding concrete upon this lovely beach side takes away from the serene, peaceful beauty of this very special beach in Kona. And we don't have very many white sand beaches. Furthermore, is the Leeward Commission aware of rising levels along our coastline, rising water levels? And have you taken this into consideration with placing ADA bathrooms on Magic Sands Beach? Will you reconsider that and revisit your design? I strongly oppose the design that you have put into place, and I also encourage you to postpone this because you have not publicly given the community any notice. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Are there any questions from commissioners? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to Setsuko Morinoi. Please state your name and town that you live in.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hi. Hi. My name is Setsuko Morinoue from Holualoa. Good morning to all the commissioners. Thank you very much for here and listening and going through together. And hopefully we will come out with a better result of understanding. And I think this is such a short notice and actually not much of the time at all. And I totally strongly oppose this the agenda. So all that meaning of that simple kind of patchwork jobs trying to do to eliminate all the problems in the short terms, which is not helpful for the long term, our community, the health of the earth, the environment, and especially shoreline. Our shoreline is so vibrant because the island is very young. And so we have to be very, very careful how to treat, how to take care of the land, and then also the ocean, hillside. Makai Maukat. It's a totally connected. We cannot separate, think only one section of the area. And we have to think in a bigger scale, larger area in order to prosper naturally and our human way that we can live in this beautiful place. So please rethink about it. And we like to see sincere, thoughtful plan that we community can understand and can vote on it. And we will be very happy about it and be proud of we living in this place. Kona is the most beautiful place. And that is what I wanted to oppose for. And the detail, I think we echoes in the testimony. So I totally with them. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Any questions, Commissioner? Seeing none. Moving on to Carolyn Pellet. Please state your name and the town you live in. Is Carolyn on?
Caroline Walsh is on, but I'm speaking on agenda item 2.
Okay, I see you there on agenda item 2. I don't see Carolyn on our box of squares. Okay, last chance, Carolyn, are you here to provide testimony? Okay. With that, we will move on to the public testimony on agenda item 2, SMA 21-078. First up is Simi McMichael. Simi, would you please again state your name and town you live in? Simi, are you there? Is it on mute? Oh, we see Mr. Smith, do you have a question about order? You're on mute.
Yes, I do. My understanding is that I'm supposed to have standing on this as the one who placed this application into contest.
Mr. Smith, that will be addressed prior to the agenda item. Right now, we're in the public testimony phase. Ms. Palmaglini, do you have a hand raised? Do you have a procedural question?
Yes, I do. I wanted to testify briefly on item 1 before you passed that.
Okay, is that allowable under, you're here, go ahead. 3 minutes, please proceed.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, we could if it was a live meeting, right? Okay.
Yeah,
well, hello,
absolutely.
commissioners. Good morning. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. I'd like to speak briefly to the Parks and Rec proposal. First, I'm extremely opposed to the removal of mature trees on any public property, no less at one of our few parks. There will be a lot of testimony of why the trees should stay, including for environmental and cultural protection. So I'll leave it to say that as a landscape designer and plant nursery owner in Kona for over 25 years, I have professional expertise as well as heartfelt reasons as a result of my 40 years of enjoying and benefiting from those trees' existence, of why I feel that the ones at La'aloa should stay and be properly maintained. The county appears to be in a bit of a slash and burn mode of public landscaping lately, and this is ostensibly to save maintenance costs. I feel that this is very short-sighted, defies the public interest and public trust. And I know that is true from working on the Kona Community Development Plan since its inception and with all the public input regarding street trees and other landscaping, which is used to beautify our town. So thank you for letting me speak.
Of course, thank you. And we have you down again for item 2, so we'll get you your
okay. Yeah.
Ms. McMichael, Simi, would you please proceed with your 3 minutes on item 2?
Okay.
Simi, it might be on mute. There you go.
Hello,
Hello, please proceed.
hello.
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Aloha, my name is Simi McMichael. I created West Hawaii Surfing Association since 1986. It was to save our surf for the present and future generation. Ali'i Drive was a choice of our king, chief, and chiefesses because of Wahipana, surf, fishing, canoeing, and farming. Ali'i Drive is the last place we can save. Historic, cultural, and natural resources. It's our kuleana, and I'm a kapuna, and I will teach my keiki and my mo'opuna. The county's trust provision enacted by the county voters in 2010, also quoted below section 13-29, Hawaii County Charter to include Wahipana, surf spots, and historic sites. From the 1960s, we allowed mistakes to happen. And this was concrete buildings, walls, seawalls that have ruined our surf and white sand beaches. By hardening our shoreline, few spots are left where the ocean is visible from Ali'i Drive. We need to breathe the ocean. It's spiritual, it's mana. Prediction of sea level rise 3.2 feet in the mid 21st century. That has already happened. 2017, Kahalu Beach, the sewer in the ocean, 80 feet back, only 20 years prior. Banyan Surf, there's over an acre of lost land, and so on. In the per state DLNR, the shoreline is in the middle of Ali'i Drive center line. I submitted photos in my written testimony. CZM shoreline setback is 40 feet minimum and can go up to 1,000 feet. I measured this lot. It's only 150 feet. It's not 200 feet plus. Surreal. While I was measuring, a woman on the beach questioned me. So she just happens to be the previous owner of this lot. So I questioned her because a letter in January between Planning Director Kern and John Pippin, they mentioned a fishing shrine called Kamaka Okahi. So this was once located in this area. And she said there was a huge mound in the center of this lot. She noticed in February 2021, it was gone. Heva, there's more to this. This project should never be allowed after the fact to become ever a bed and breakfast or short-term vacation rental. 6 rentals equal that out. 14 bedrooms, 22 bathrooms, and only 7 parkings on site. Stated it's approximately 1 million. Really? Not to mention swimming pool, jacuzzis, elevator, and extreme rise of construction materials. It's more like 4 million. Current property taxes are not paid. There are penalty and interest. Who will be paying for this development? This definitely is a major SMA trigger of 500,000. An EA and EIS is required and should not be exempt. Concerns of this cumulative adversity needs addressing. Kamehameha School, they tore down the mistakes. Kona Lagoon Keho Beach Hotel. Now it's a beautiful park. We can all breathe. Wahipana from Ali'i Drive. Please, malama our aina for the next generation. Not just 10 years, 20 years, but now and forever. What we have is just priceless. Please, a'ole this. Mahalo.
Thank you, Simi. Are there any questions from commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Testifier number 2, Lokilani McMichael. Please state your name and town you live in.
Aloha, my name is Lokilani McMichael. I'm from Kailua Kona. I'm opposing the 5-story condo at Alakala. The Kona Community Development Plan, they want to protect natural beauty, natural resources, shoreline, and recreation. Kona CDP adopted in September 2008 by the County Council. Hawaii County General Plan of 2005 notes regarding scenic resources in North Kona. Kona landscape is still the most striking feature, sense of openness and space. General Plan, Komoa Point, Lyman Surf Spot, and Kahalu Beach Park. Magic Sands is one of the few stretches along the southern half of Ali'i Drive where development does not block ocean views. 5-story condo involve adverse impacts to scenic areas and inconsistent with relevant goals, policies, and courses of action of the natural beauty section of the Hawaii County General Plan. 45 feet concrete building with walls would be inconsistent with the natural beauty of the Kona shoreline area, Makai of Ali'i Drive. We need to maintain the quality of scenic and open space resources by leaving the coastal area in an open recreational condition. We need our Vahi Pana surf is our cultural recreation. All of us need to practice stewardship in the protection, use, and development of marine and coastal resources. Ali'i Drive is within a coastal high hazard. We need to be proactive and take every precaution. Storm wave, tsunami, erosion, and pollution. SMA guidelines, the situation of the public safety is the tsunami evacuation. The potential cumulative impact of major developments will have a substantial adverse effect. The public lives matter, as well as the 700 keiki, approximate 115 teachers and staff, only one lot away at Kahakai Elementary School, over 11,000 cars of people daily. Please say no to this. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Millie McMichael. State your name and county you live in.
Hi, I'm Melanie McMichael, and I live in Kailua Kona. Can I just read this? Okay. When I go and drive down Ali'i with family and friends, I always wonder why I can only see the ocean through in and out buildings that shouldn't even be there. Like I can see lots and vacant spots on the other side of the road they can put buildings on instead. When you build such a big building in such a small space, you'll most likely have to destroy trees, plants, and other beautiful things to have enough space. Even so, you still may not even have enough space for enough parking. Another main issue is making seawalls, which ruin beautiful sandy beaches over time. Rock walls will erode away, causing fallen rocks scattering the sand, making shoreline access dangerous. On top of that, making another on top would just cause the same problem again. This also ruins surf and just beaches itself. Back to where I started, I really do love to see the ocean from the road, so I really love what they did with the old hotel by Kahalu. How instead of seeing a big hotel, I now see ocean view driving past, and it's beautiful. I'm hoping that we as Hawaiian citizens can preserve as much ocean and see ocean view as we can. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Is there any questions from commissioners? Okay. Next up is Mia McMichael. Mia, please proceed.
No.
Please state your name and the town you live in.
She's not here.
Okay, that's right. Next up, we have Janice Palma Glennie. Please state your name and the town you live in.
Aloha, commissioners. My name is Janice Palma Glennie, and I live in Kailua Kona. I'm speaking to the second application. As you know, I'm giving similar testimony to what I did a month ago regarding this bad plan, since nothing in the plan has changed. But first, I can only wonder if the request by the applicant to postpone this decision was a strategy to help ensure that less members of the public would be watching the second time around, so that the decision to allow this misplaced monstrosity to be built inside our community at an outsider's behest would be observed by and testified against by less members of the public. Needless to say, the fact that this project was given a favorable recommendation by the deputy planning director rather than his boss, our compromised planning director, shows another sad and glaring example of how democratic process can be twisted and undermined, even while ostensibly following the rules, and ditto on a project proposal that fits the zoning code, but still doesn't fit. So to restate, only an insensitive speculator would come into a community to change its entire character in one fell swoop. And only a planner who doesn't understand his kuleana of protecting the public interest would show such a lack of sense or sensitivity of what Kona residents want and need for their community as to give this proposal a favorable recommendation. As the longest volunteer participant in the Kona Community Development Plan, I spent many hours collating thousands of our region's stakeholders' comments regarding their goals and visions for their communities. And I've listened for more than 25 years about how they want to see their visions implemented and their communities protected. One of the most agreed upon goals is that our residents do not want to build their town and coastlines up like Oahu has, and they're only comfortable with 3 or 4 story buildings in village centers, which are called TODs and TNDs in our plan. This project doesn't meet those requirements, and in fact goes against the wishes and visions of the majority of Kona stakeholders who ask that regional development be low rise. For that reason alone, commissioners have the kuleana to say no to this plan. The proposal is a cultural environmental boondoggle, as you know, but beside the negative impacts mentioned at the last hearing, it's also true that mirrored glass is not only Oahu-esque, but also even more dangerous for native and migrating birds. As a person who has lived near Leeward Drive for many of my 40 years here, it's clear that walking and biking have become too dangerous due to increased traffic and lack of parking. Both will be substantially exacerbated by this project, which is the reverse of enhancing smart growth, which aims to get people out of their cars. Our health, was that 1 minute left or what is that?
30 seconds.
Oh, what's needed in Kona is more workforce housing, not more vacation rentals. This condominium is one person company's moneymaker, not a community builder. Our healthy future depends upon grassroots generated growth, not top-down developer generated unfortunate plans like this one. Until or if this project is meaningfully modified, I ask that you use your position and integrity to say no to its permitting. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you very much for your time. Are there any questions from commissioners? Seeing none. Moving on to Katie Lopez. Please state your name and the town you live in.
Aloha, my name is Katie Lopez. I'm from Kailua Kona. Thank you for allowing me to be heard today. I'm speaking in opposition of the 5-story condo proposed at 756150 Leeward Drive, which borders our Alakala's public beach access. I was born and raised in Kailua Kona. I'm a homeowner within 500 feet of the proposed building, and I'm also a local business owner. I'm asking the Leeward Planning Commission to deny this SMA use permit based on the original intentions of the SMA zoning and the preservation of the scenic corridor. The first point I would like to make is public beach access. The SMA requires adequate access to public-owned and used beaches. We already have such a limited public beach access. Most of these areas do not offer safe entry into the ocean for families with young children. At high tide, this is limited even further. The Alakala public beach access is one of the only accessible beach access points remaining, and it's commonly used by surfers, fishermen, and families. The amount of parking a 6-unit, 22-bathroom condo would require would significantly impact the public's access to this beach. The plans have already stated that they plan to commandeer the public parking. And we can also assume that residents of this condo will also have guests observing even more of our public parking. This does not ensure the adequate access to public owned and used beaches, which SMA requires. There's also the issue of safety and the increase of parking and traffic along this area. This is also a passing zone, not that I agree with that, but there are runners, bikers, families along this beach, along this road. It's a passing area. We're talking about excessive parking now. The second issue I'd like to address is cultural preservation of the Leeward Drive scenic corridor, whose values are based on a vision to preserve the historical and cultural design language of the village of Kailua to Keoho Beach Road. The renderings of this 5-story modern condo, both renderings including the most recent, highly contradict the cultural surroundings. The structure will stand 3 stories higher than any of its neighbors, bordering a Leeward Drive with a design that does not align with the scenic corridor, and it would block the public's view of the ocean from a Leeward Drive. Any further development on the Makai side of a Leeward Drive must be limited. As it is, there are only a few areas along the scenic corridor where you can actually view the ocean due to obstruction by private residents. This 5-story condo would obstruct the public's ocean view from our scenic road in yet another area of the Leeward Drive. My next concern is the precedent that the Leeward Planning Commission would be setting if the proposed SMA use permit is granted. Special management area zoning was established because there was a need to preserve this area and a fear that if special zoning was not set in place, excessive development would continue. The SMA was established to preserve, protect, and restore our coastal areas by placing controls on development. If this SMA use permit is granted, where will it stop? Approving this application will set the precedent for future developers and outside influence to build bigger and higher in our SMA, destroying what is left of our public beach. It will further, I'm sorry, emotional on this one. It will further destroy our cultural preservation, natural resources, and historic resources. I'm asking the Leeward Planning Commission, please deny this SMA. You have the ability to preserve what is left of Kailua Kona for our future generations. This will negatively affect, many will be negatively affected by this construction to benefit only a select few. It will be a lasting negative effect and it will cause ripple effect for generations to come. Please deny this SMA use permit. You have the opportunity to preserve Kailua Kona. I'm also 7 months pregnant and a little emotional. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you being here. Are there any questions for the testifier from the commission? No. Okay, thank you again. We appreciate the time you took. Next up is Maki Morinoi. Maki, please again state your name and town you live in for the record.
Yes. Aloha, my name is Maki Morinoi. I'm from Holualoa. I strongly oppose this project, SMA 21000078. Everyone's testimony so far mimics all the things that I'd like to share. So not to repeat, I think the Leeward Planning Commission and County Council has the power to hit the pause button and to make big changes that will generate a positive ripple effect to protect our natural resources and cultural landscape. As we are inundated with a lot of foreigners, our cultural landscape is changing and we are seeing less of a sense of place of who we are and where we have come from. I believe that is important. It's the whole reason why people want to visit. It's the whole reason why people want to move here. And we must create a balance for profit and for preservation. And as I stated before, New York City is a perfect example of welcoming tourists by the millions that they can hold that there. At the same time, developing their waterfront for all and had a mission to plant over 1 million trees and mitigating water pollution damage. Here in Hawaii, we are already beginning to see that in Hilo Bay through limu planting and native oyster seeding. So I would love to see that as a mission going forward in developing together with nature. The warnings of building walls, I think we must understand. I know Oahu is recognizing the negative downfall of building walls along the water, the shoreline, Kailua, Oahu in particular. There is no sandy beaches left. When we were young, all that area was long sandy beaches. Now the sand doesn't come back because it's physics. When the water comes towards the wall and it slams and it breaks and it doesn't get to have the energy go through and back, we damage natural physics. And we hit that wall and the water rakes our sand away. And that is a mark of Ali'i Drive by the harbor, by the pier. There used to be a lot more sand. So for these reasons, Leeward Planning Committee has the power to stop these types of development and to move forward in a much more cultural preservation, natural resource preservation manner. And I hope you, along with County Council, take the time to reassess what our land will look like for generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the time. Are there any questions from commissioners? Seeing none, we'll move to Kyoko Nani. Kyoko, could you please again state your name and town you live in for the record?
Okay, my name is Kyoko Nani. I'm from Holualoa Kona, Hawaii. On this SAM, I strongly oppose and deny any approval of the 5-story condo development by landowner Meissen. The planned condo is noted to be 200 feet from the shoreline, which still adds to the threat of our Kona ocean water quality and increases the further loss of any shoreline conservation, while adding to potential and probable polluting of our shoreline and ocean. I want to support Simi's testimony in which she stated Ali'i Drive is the path of the Ali'is used along the ocean side. And so why are we building a 5-story condo, which the architect decision still does not malama our island culture? This 5-story condo, to me, is a monstrous obstruction to the peaceful landscape of scenic Ali'i Drive, ancient pathway of the Ali'i. Do not mainlandize our Kona for top-down consumer endeavors. Please preserve Ali'i Drive from more insensitive construction that take away from our cultural landscape and shoreline preservation. I plead with you to reconsider the design that has been proposed. I mean, there's many other reasons which were stated by other testimonials, but this is mine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Are there any questions from commissioners? Seeing none. We're moving to Chris Clark. Would you please state your name and the town you live in? Chris, are you available? I don't see a Chris on the Zoom.
I don't think he's joined us.
Okay. Moving on to Setsuko Morinoi. Setsuko, would you please state your name and you live in again? Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Setsuko Morinoe from Holualoa. Again, I'm listening all the testimonies. It's echoing. It's same voices and the same heart. And I do hope that as commissioners are hear it, feel it, and be with us. And because you are chosen one for the power you have, that it's you are representing our voice. I send the written testimony. I do not gonna go over the details, but that building structure shouldn't be even considered in developing on Ali'i Drive any more than we already have. The many 30 years time, Ali'i Drive are changing so rapidly. Makai Amauka, and packing with buildings and lesser trees and open areas. And that is really telling us we're going to be waiting for the big disasters that we can handle, and we don't know. We're gonna maybe lose a lot of people's lives. And so anyway, and too close shorelines, too close to the shoreline. And so that will triggers all the pollutions and the environmental impact to the living creatures, to the humans as well. And also the indirect, even the Malka people way up on the hillside, because the light reflects in the time of the days and it blind your eyes, and it's nothing pretty at all. So those are things that is so much that wide and deep issues that is this going to be creating. So all we are saying that it's a stop this kind of development on Ali Drive, a beautiful roadway that used to be a scenic drive, and people enjoy walking, running, biking, swimming around, surfing, and picnicking, and we don't have much places available, and very, very dangerous. And commissioners, please think 2-3 times more before you saying on these cases, there's nothing but it's preserving our nature or our culture. We're destroying one after another. And I don't think we should have any more this kind of nonsense testimony to be needed. If we have a changing the regulation, there's none this kind of development happening so close to the water, pretty soon we won't be able to see the ocean for one, or cannot get in the water because the water quality is no good, or drinking water won't be able to have it for everybody to enjoy this living style here. So it's a big, big issue. It's not just one building. If you pass this thing, it's gonna echo. It's okay, they did it, we can do that too. We have no excuse. And this is happening, the Oahu, look at the Maui, the Kihei area, Lahaina areas, all the peaceful places, beautiful places are taken away. It's not local. They can go back home, but this is our home. We cannot go anywhere. We don't have a second, third homes to go. This is the place. We don't have even a road that is go up in the hill when we have a disaster comes. We cannot help those people on Ali Drive. I'm worried for them. We shouldn't build any more. We should think more of how to preserve what we have, and all the sewage system, all that replacement have to be done. County down, the state down, the commissioners, you are all the big part of it. And you're responsible for us to be part of it us. And thank you so much. Be very emotional.
Thank you very much.
Make a good decision, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners? Okay, moving on to Caroline Walsh. Caroline, please state your name and the town you live in.
Aloha, commissioners. This is Caroline Walsh. I live in Kailua Kona. In particular, I am a owner and resident of the Alakala condos. So I have a directly vested interest in this project. I clearly echo comments made by the previous testifiers, in particular Janice, and the very emotional testimony by Katie. So I appreciate their comments. I'm going to come at this from a purely personal level because that's what I can directly speak to. I certainly don't support the building of a building, as one could understand, being in proximate nature to that. I'm concerned about parking. There's only 7, we only have 8 spaces, 1 for each condo in our unit. This is going to be added. So we have to ask families and friends and service providers to park on the street. This development will take away at least 3 parking spaces, and I think there's only 3 and 2 across the street. So there's only about 5 in the immediate proximate area. I also want to speak that in the event that this project should go forward, I am concerned about lava excavation. There is a 4-foot mound of lava that sits 30 feet from my front door, and my neighbors, it's within 10 feet. I can't imagine the noise associated with that, and I absolutely question whether or not I am in fact going to be inhabit my condo during the excavation phase. So I'm very concerned about that. I certainly can buy earplugs. That mitigates the noise to my ears. It certainly doesn't mitigate the ambient noise. And as I conduct business remotely, I will not be able to have Zoom meetings, telephone calls with business associates or family. And I doubt that I'll even be able to enjoy the quiet of my home. So, you know, if this proceeds, I would ask that there would be mandatory sound barriers built and then some sort of accommodations made to the owners here in the event that they cannot handle that level of noise, which will be in excess of 100 decibels, which is very loud. And OSHA indicates that prolonged exposure to that level of decibel will cause hearing loss. So I just put that out there. I appreciate the opportunity to comment to you, and hopefully the appropriate decision will be made on behalf of the Ohana here at Alakala. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from commissioners? Okay, moving on, I don't know if Carolyn Pellet joined. No, okay. Lisa Hall.
Aloha, my name is Lisa Hall Paisola, and I am requesting that the Leeward commissioners absolutely deny the permit as it stands. I have walked this proposed lot many, many times. I live within 10 feet of the proposed excavation of the lava. The building that is being proposed to be built on this lot is an absolute monstrosity compared to what this lot should have available to build on it. A 5-story concrete building with mirrored glass is a little Oahu. Build this building on Oahu where it belongs. New York City, LA. It does not belong on Ali'i Drive. It does not belong in Kona. There is not a place anywhere on our island for the proposed building that they are asking to move forward with. They do have a right to build, but this building needs to go back to the drawing board from A to Z. I vehemently am against any proposed building at this time. Are you able to hear me clearly? Sorry, Mike, I thought you were speaking. Along with that, we are going to lose the views from Ali'i Drive with this proposal. We are going to see more traffic on Ali'i Drive. And as we all know, the traffic already on Ali'i Drive is sometimes at an absolute crawl. We are losing the only parking spaces that we have on Ali'i Drive for our shoreline access road. I believe that Carolyn said that there are 5 parking spots. They are proposing to remove 3 of them, which leaves 2 parking spots for our beach line access. Our beach line access is a public right in Kona, and to allow 2 families at a time to use it is absolutely unacceptable on every level. I am extremely concerned about the excavation of the lava and the noise that is going to emit from just that excavation. When they build whatever they build there, being 10 feet away from their process. I do request, and I think it's a very reasonable request, to have sound barriers, dust barriers constructed so that we have the noise and dust and everything else mitigated along the way. I have an elderly mother in her 80s that lives with me for parts of the year, and she is not going to be able to come out here with the noise and the proposed building that comes from this. As far as our views, they are going to be completely obstructed. We'll have nothing but a concrete mirrored building reflecting back at us, where we now have a beautiful view of the mountains and lush garden views. This is a monstrosity that absolutely needs to be denied. I am begging the council, the Leeward Community Commissioners, to please deny this, send them back to the drawing board, and perhaps build a reasonable little tiki type building that will go within our landscape that we need here in Kona. We don't need bigger buildings. We need more of our cultural landscape to be shown, not what is being proposed at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from commissioners? Seeing none. Next up, we have David Oase.
Aloha. Thank you to the Planning Commission to allow us to voice our concerns.
Sorry, hold on 1 second. Would you just state your name and town you live in for the record?
Yeah, I'm David Hall, Oase. I live at the Alakala condos, which is adjacent, in fact, right within 10 feet of the proposed permit and construction of the new building. I do live in Kailua Kona. Again, thank you to the commission for hearing us out. You know, a lot of the folks that have spoken today have brought up a lot of the concerns, and I definitely echo all of those concerns. I do want to relate a little bit of, you know, what my experiences are. Number one, my grandparents and my parents grew up on Oahu. And when we come in to visit them from the airport, we can drive as far as the eye can see. You see sugar canes, you see open areas, and that was Hawaii to me. And then taking a look at Oahu now, I don't recognize it. Last time I was there, I had a hard time finding my grandparents' home. And, you know, if you allow a 5-story building in the middle of Ali'i Drive where it's not conducive to any of the properties or the landscape in this area, you know, I ask, you know, where does it end? You allow something this big in the middle of Hawaii, and that's a big reason why I decided to retire and spend the rest of my life in Kailua Kona, is because this is the old Hawaii that I remember. Another one of my experiences is we used to live at the Kanaloa condos adjacent to the Kona Country Club. They shut that down for about 1.5 years so they can redo their sprinkler systems. And all they did for 1.5 years was pound out lava to set up their irrigation. So we dealt with that, which is still nothing compared to the 10 feet that we're living next to. And I don't know how long this project is going to be. And all we got was vibrations. I grew up in the Bay Area, so, you know, it was earthquakes every day. The sounds and the loudness of them breaking up the lava was basically unbearable. And that was our home. And that's what's going to happen again in our home here. Again, my point is, where is it going to end? You allow them to build a 5-story, basically a hotel, and then you take a look at where our future is going. You know, a couple of the speakers had mentioned Oahu, Maui, and Kauai. Where have they gone with their construction? And it's unrecognizable, and I don't want that to happen to our big island. Thank you again for the time, and I appreciate you hearing me out. Aloha.
Thank you for the time. I appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions from commissioners? Okay. Our last public testimony for the day, Lancer Ka'eo Keeling. Please state your name and the town you live in.
Aloha, everybody. Hope everybody's having a great day. I live in, my name is Lancer Ka'eo Keeling. Born and raised in Kailua Kona. My family is the Moses family from Captain Cook. Live in Kailua Kona. I just want to say, when I saw the pictures of what they were proposed to build, you know, it was very saddening to actually see something that I just lost for words. I have words, but I don't want to say them in a public forum, if you understand what I'm saying. Being from Kona, seeing things and experiencing things with family, my grandfather, seeing what Ali'i Drive was at one time and what it is now and what people want it to look like. This is just a shame. It's an absolute shame to build something that, yeah, it's definitely Oahu, Lake Tahoe, but it's not the Big Island. Again, parking spaces. You know, my family used to fish there all the time. And now, because of the traffic and because of the parking headaches, it's dangerous. You can't walk on Ali'i Drive without turning around and looking behind you. Can't ride bikes. I don't see how people can actually ride bikes on Ali'i Drive and feel safe about it. And again, that parcel of land. I know many people. I know everybody in Alakala. They're Ohana to me, and I have pulled out of there. Literally, I almost hit 3 bicyclists because a car's parked on the left, people coming up the left when you're trying to pull out and turn left. That's just not right. And I have almost been hit by cars because I couldn't see them either. So to have more spaces taken away for a driveway to go into that unit, that condo, that's just, it's going to be a nightmare. It really is. Somebody's going to get killed or hurt. That's plain and simple. The other thing, what David and everybody's concerned about is the amount of construction that has to go on for that type of building in a short amount of space. If you're going to have, of course, it's going to be concrete. It's going to go like this. You're going to have pillars go down into the ground and shear everything up. Concrete trucks, construction trucks, getting around, trying to get to where they need to. Making it difficult, that whole thing is going to make it unbearable for everybody, not just Alakala, but the other people that used to own that property adjacent to it. Now, this has to stop. You can't put a 12 by 12 concrete block on a 4-inch by 4-inch stamp. You can't do it, and that's what they're trying to do. And I will do everything I can just to voice my opinions everywhere in Kona if I have to. I will hold up signs every single day about this. The more this gets out to everybody in Kona, the lesser chance it has to be built. And this is very saddening. And I hope that you moved here for a reason. Everybody moves to the island for a reason. It's not to make it bigger. It's to keep it the way it is. And that's what we need to do. All of us need to keep it the way it was when we moved here. That's why we're here. That's why you guys came here. Plain and simple. Aloha. Thank you for your time and hearing my voice.
Mahalo. Are there any questions from commissioners? Okay. That's all we have for public testimony. Commissioners, can I have a motion to close public testimony? Moved by Faye, second by CJ. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Oh, is there a question, Commissioner Van Pernis? It's on mute.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
I think the motion needs to be modified because the issue of the ADA improvements to the Magic Sands Beach, if that matter is continued, then public testimony should be continued with it. I don't mind closing the public testimony on the Meissen application, but I don't think we should close it on the ADA improvements at the beach park.
Well, my understanding is that we're just closing this phase of public testimony where everybody has the opportunity to give their 3-minute testimony. We still have to take up the issue that was raised in the public testimony, and we can do that prior to hearing the next agenda item. So we would be closing public testimony in that we're not having any more testifiers, but we can still discuss what was raised during that testimony. Yes, sir. Please proceed. Commissioner Van Pernis, do you have a question?
Yeah.
It's on mute. Go ahead. You're on mute again.
Okay.
Yep, I can hear you.
Is this motion terminate any possibility of public testimony on the beach park matter? If it does, I'd be opposed to that.
This would not preclude you from asking questions that could be answered by a testifier, but it would preclude any further testifiers from having their 3-minute to speak on any agenda item. It's on mute. Commissioner Van Pernis, you're on mute still. We didn't catch that.
Okay.
Yep.
There's a genuine issue as to whether there's been notice compliance on the beach park issue. And part of that notice was for the purpose of possibly generating public testimony. So if that matter is going to be deferred, then I think the public testimony should be allowed until deferment. So I would suggest that the motion be to close the public testimony on the Meissen matter and not the beach park matter.
We're only actually. I'd like it if Corporation Counsel could weigh in. I saw you had your hand up there.
The purpose of closing public testimony at this time is not. It's not a matter of. It's just closing this section of the meeting. We cannot move on to the agenda items until we complete this current agenda item, and the current agenda item is public testimony. So closing public testimony would enable the next agenda item to be taken up. If we are not closing public testimony, then we would be accepting other testifiers at this time. This is not a time for discussion or debate. We're still within public testimony, fact finding, etc.
So with that, I'll call a vote. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Is it 4-1? Moving on to new business. The item to be discussed is an application by the County of Hawaii Department of Parks and Recreation, SMA 21-00080, application for special management area SMA use permit to allow facility improvements, Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA upgrades to the existing Magic Sand Beach, which includes demolition of the existing comfort station, construction of new ADA compliant comfort station, construction of ADA compliant parking spaces, new showers, new accessible picnic table and grill area, new accessible walkways, ramps connecting to the park, to Ali'i Drive, utilities improvements, water line improvements, pavement restriping. Proposed improvements will occur within the 0.43 acre Magic Sands Beach Park property, as well as within the Ali'i Drive right-of-way fronting the subject properties. The properties are located in Makai of Ali'i Drive, approximately 538 feet north of its intersection with La'aloa Avenue. Kapa'ala Alea, second, North Kona District, Hawaii TMK 77008017094, parcel 017, and TMK 3-7-7010, parcel 036. Prior to taking up this agenda item, I would like to find out from the commission if the standards have been met to allow for this agenda item to be discussed. Has the public notification process been complete and the signage been posted appropriately pursuant to the SMA regulations?
Mr. Chair, Zendo Kern here. I'll let Alex opine on that. However, we were asked that if we could have the testifiers view from the YouTube channel and not on the Zoom anymore as standard procedure.
Yes, thank you. If any testifiers, would you please log off and watch on the YouTube so that we can maintain the bandwidth we need to run the meeting.
Thank you. And yes, all notices, public signs, posting, affidavit were posted and were adhered to, as well as the EA process also resulted in a lot of outreach and public testimony opportunity.
Is there any verification of the signage that's in our packet?
Alex?
I don't know if it's in your packet, but I have created a slide that shows the copy of the letter, which I have a copy of the letter here in front of me. But I went ahead and put together a slide of all the timing of notification in my presentation, if I'm allowed to give my presentation.
Is there, now one of the questions from the public was on posting of signage. Now, is that a requirement of this?
Yep, the sign was posted in April of 2021, towards the end of April 2021. The applicant provided a letter to the planning department outlining the sign posting and provided a photographic evidence, which is typical for the planning department to accept that as the sign was posted. I was going to share that with the commissioners.
Okay, so all, just to be totally clear, just making sure that all of the requirements that notification requirements in order to discuss this agenda item have been met. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
Are there any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Van Pernis.
My question is to Mr. Roy. Have you personally seen the signs as posted, or are you just assuming that they were there based on the information that came into your file?
I visited the site and saw the sign, and then I have the photographs from the applicant.
Thank you.
Seeing that, I believe that the county has demonstrated that the applicant has met the requirements for notification, and we will proceed with hearing this item today. Alex, would you please proceed with your presentation on the agenda item?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, hopefully everybody can see that. This is for the County of Hawaii Department of Parks and Recreation project at Magic Sands, Special Management Area Use Permit Application SMA 21-000-080. I'm going to start with this slide talking about the notification. The sign was posted at the site in April 2021. The photograph is a photograph of the letter. I'm sorry, I don't have, I wasn't prepared. We typically don't provide pictures of signs, but here it is. The first notice to surrounding landowners was sent out in May 3rd. Second notice to surrounding landowners was sent out May 27th. The agenda was posted in the newspaper May 27th, and the background and recommendation was posted to the web on June 9th. Like I said, the photograph is the photograph of the sign in front of the comfort station, which is the focus of the project. And this is in the letter that was submitted to the planning department. I'm going to dive right in. This is the location of the project area. You can see here in the red star. So it's approximately 4 miles south of Kailua Kona proper. And it's Magic Sands Beach Park is labeled on the map. I asked the Department of Parks and Rec to provide me with a kind of outline of the Magic Sands and La'aloa Beach Park, because there's some confusion, and I just wanted to make sure everything was clear that the project area is on Magic Sands Beach Park and in those subsequent TMKs that are outlined, and of course Ali'i Drive. La'aloa Beach Park, the work that's on parcel 36 within that is very minor and would be at the kind of the top left-hand corner of the TMK parcel 36. Kind of in this area, there's just a little bit of work that's happening. So the remainder of this project is going to happen over here on the Magic Sand side, and La'aloa will be left alone. At this time, the Department of Parks and Rec is hoping to conduct facility improvements, which include Americans with Disabilities Act ADA upgrades to the existing Magic Sands Beach Park comfort station, which has been in existence on this beach since 1975. It includes the demolition of the existing comfort station and reconstruction of an ADA compliant comfort station, moved Mauka out of the VE flood zone into the X flood zone, construction of an ADA compliant parking spaces, new showers, accessible picnic table and grill area, a new accessible walkway and ramp connecting the park to Ali'i Drive for safe access from Ali'i Drive down to the beach park. And then additional work includes some utility improvements, water line improvements, and pavement restriping. The county zoning of the park and project area is open, except for a small portion of parcel 36, which is in the resort node, or V1.25. The surrounding area you can see is single family residential. There's a large subdivision, RS 7.5, and then resort node surrounds this beach park with a sliver of agricultural land, and that's A5A, so the 5-acre agricultural 5-acre, and then multi-family residential, the RM 3.5. There's a small bit Mauka of the project area. So in essence, the entire project area is surrounded by the resort node zoning. State land use is urban, except for the ag lot, parcel 31 located there. LUPEG has the entire project area and surrounding Mauka areas across the Ali'i Drive as open. There is medium density urban and low density urban, which kind of encompasses the subdivision. And this is an urban expansion area that's located kind of at the top right-hand corner of the photo of the map. Here's an aerial photograph of the project area. There's going to be, like I said, within parcel 36, this area is going to be also worked on, but the majority of the work will be within this red dashed bounded area. No work will occur on the beach area or down the beach at all. I pulled out, and here's kind of pulled out the aerial photograph to give you a broader view of La'aloa, the parking area, Magic Sands Beach Park. You have, of course, the large condominiums, and then the extensive subdivision located Mauka of Ali'i Drive. Here's a site plan. There's a lot going on, but what you can see is that the work area is here. And then there's that area of within parcel 36 that's going to be impacted. That's typically just the repaving and restriping of existing pavement, and then connecting the driveway improvements. Here's the ramp, and then the new comfort station, which has been moved, Mauka, to help further mitigate any impacts to the coastline. Here's kind of a zoomed in site plan with the area of potential effect kind of outlined completely. Again, new comfort station, ADA picnic table, walkways, ramp, striping, parking for handicapped persons. I included the landscape plan to show trees or stumps to be removed so the commissioners could get a better understanding. So we have a coconut palm stump to be removed. There are other trees, a coconut palm stump, another existing coconut palm to be removed. And then there's an existing ficus tree to be removed. And then there's Java plums, which will remain. But here you can see there's 3 or 4 stumps that'll be removed and a few trees that'll be removed in order to accommodate those ADA improvements. I also included a copy of the burial treatment plan. Please note that the red dashed area is the approximate parking project area. So all work will be contained within that APE. No work will be outside of that. So these are the sites that are in close proximity to the project area. So I wanted to make sure the commission understood where that was in relation to the project area. Here's a site photograph. This was like a Tuesday afternoon. I visited the site, and you could see it was pretty heavily, pretty busy that day. Not too bad. Parking was full up on the street. Lots of people around. Here's closer to the comfort station. You can see in the center of the photograph, and some of the rocky kind of coastline. But again, this is kind of outside of the project area. The project area will be much further Mauka. This is the comfort station from the side. This is the best picture I could get. There were a number of people using the showers that I felt uncomfortable taking photographs of them. So this is the best I could do with the amount of people that were down there. And there were a number of people coming in and out of the bathroom. I didn't want to be a person taking pictures of people coming out of the bathroom. Here you can see the entrance too, that'll be worked on. Oops. This is the fishing shrine. So this is Makai of the project area. I wanted to show the commissioners that that is nearby, but again is outside of the APE or area of potential effect. Here's Ali'i Drive, view south. So at the entrance, that's going to be improved. This is looking south along Ali'i Drive. And then looking the other direction, the view north along Ali'i Drive, again, the entrance to the park, you can see there on the left-hand side of the picture. At this time, the director has recommended approval of SMA 21-000080 approval with stated conditions.
Thank you. I just want to clarify again that the director's recommendation, has that changed after public testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, our recommendation with the conditions remain.
Okay, thank you. I will go into the applicant presentation next, and then we can give each commissioner the opportunity to ask questions of either the applicant or the planning department staff. Would the applicant please come forward? On our list, I've got Kevin Sakai, James Komata, both with County of Hawaii Parks and Rec, Charles Jury. Charles, I'm not sure, who are you representing?
Hi, Charles Dre, I'm the engineer of record.
Okay, thank you. Ron Terry, Geometrician Associates, Bukilani Brand, archaeologist, and Robert Bob Reckman, who's an archaeologist. Would all of you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in? And hey, James and Kevin, you guys are upside down.
Yeah, we're bringing someone in to fix that right now.
Okay, right on. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
So,
okay, thank you. Would you all please state your name and the town you live in? Starting with Kevin and James.
All right, so James Komata, park planner for Parks and Recreation.
Kevin Sakai, Parks Project Manager, Hawaii.
Charles.
Charles Jury, Okar and Associates, the prime engineering consultant.
Ron Terry, Geometrician Associates, prepared the SMA and the environmental assessment.
Lokilani.
Lokilani Brand with ASM affiliates, and I prepared the code package.
And Bob.
I think he's not on right now.
Okay, thank you. To the applicant, have you received the background recommendation reports from the planning department?
Yes, we have.
Do you agree with the planning director's recommendation, including proposed conditions?
Sorry, hold on. Let me just run through real quick.
Just the first you've read them?
No, we've read them. I just want to make sure that if we have a comment, I can identify the number of the item. Yeah, no, we agree with it.
Okay. Please go ahead with your presentation.
So we're still trying to fix our video, so apologies for that. There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
Please proceed. You're good.
All right. So this project here, as stated, both in the EA and our SMA use permit application, is an obligation that we have to the Americans with Disabilities Act for compliance under a transition plan. We're obligated to get this done as quickly as possible. Everything I believe in this project is directly related to accessibility improvements. The reason we are reconstructing the comfort station, not only for accessibility, but we do also have a lot of condition issues with this facility that's over 45 years old now. So both underground utilities as well as the above ground structure are in dire need of replacement. So the improvements extend off-site. We are connecting the accessible route to the bus stop that's located just outside the Lalo property, Lalo Beach Park property. Extends the crosswalk across our driveway, and then an accessible ramp down into the park site. Currently, I think everyone walks down the driveway. to the park to get to the beach. So this is an improvement that's going to affect everyone. It's not just for disabled persons. I did want to address a couple of issues about the comfort station. Just wanted to point out to everyone that this information is available in our application or in the EA as well. The existing comfort station is approximately 530 square feet. The proposed comfort station is 314 square feet, it's a reduction of 216 square feet or 41% reduction. Roof area is about 941 square feet currently. The proposed building will have a square footage of 448. It's a reduction of 493 square feet or 52%. The existing structure is approximately 16 feet tall. The proposed comfort station is about 13 feet 7. So it's a reduction of 3 feet 5 inches or 15% reduction. Doesn't sound like much, but we are relocating the comfort station about a foot further away from the coastline. I guess every little bit helps. So I just wanted to point out that we weren't encroaching further towards the coastline. As Alex pointed out, we did submit our affidavit of the posting of the sign, the SMA notice on site. The affidavit was submitted May 3rd. The sign was posted same date. I think we got the letter notifying us that they had received the application, instructing us to do so. We do have photo documentation from the date of posting. I also checked yesterday with our maintenance district supervisor. I got a photo from him that the sign is still posted as of yesterday at about 3:15, and no word on whether that sign had ever been taken down or vandalized and had to be replaced. It still exists. So that's all. One other thing I wanted to address. There were comments about relocating the comfort station to the Malka side of the Lee Drive, the property that's commonly referred to as the pop-up park site. What we want to point out is this is an accessibility compliance project. Relocating the comfort station to the opposite side of the Lee Drive exacerbates our ability to comply with the ADA. We have to cross the street, send everyone across the street to use the restroom. It's not practical. We've seen this in other park sites, beach parks especially, where we've had to move comfort stations outside of flood zones, coastal flood areas, and we end up with problems with people using the bathroom where it's convenient for them and not walking towards wherever we did locate the bathroom. We had that situation in several places. What we ended up doing is having to put in portable toilets, and nobody wants to see those, especially here. So just want to impress again that we are cognizant of sight lines, of vistas. We are reducing the size and the impact of the comfort station. Its footprint is within the existing comfort station's footprint. So we've tried our best to again, mitigate and minimize the adverse impacts or any impacts for beachgoers and park users into the future. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'd like to give each commissioner 10 minutes to ask questions for fact-finding purposes only. As the memo from Corporation Counsel indicates, please don't state opinions or engage in substantive discussion. Again, this 10 minutes is for fact-finding only. Commissioner Van Pernis, you have 10 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you.
You're on mute, Commissioner Van Pernis.
Can you hear me now?
I can. Go ahead.
I'll ask this of the planning department and or the applicants. It would go a long way towards satisfying the public if you could save the trees or if they gotta go replace them elsewhere with kiki trees. Is that possible?
Zendo Kern for the planning department here. That's not a request that we would opine on. That would be a request that the planning department would respond to. Oh, excuse me, the applicant, Parks and Rec.
Yep. Could the applicant please respond to the commissioner's question?
Sorry, could you restate the question?
He's asking if you'd be willing to, if you can avoid cutting down the trees, if that's a possibility, and if you cannot, would you be willing to plant new trees, keiki trees, to replace them, the ones that were cut down?
Yes, there are a couple of trees that we can't avoid removing, but we would be open to the idea of planting new trees. I did want to point out that the trees that we're removing are not along, are not the closest to the ocean on the park. Actually, they're pretty much the furthest inland from the coastline. So I did want to point that out as Alex's presentation showed.
Commissioner Van Pernis? It's off mute. We can hear you. You're on mute now. Commissioner Van Pernis. I see you, Charles. Hold on one second. Actually, I'll stop you there. Charles, please go ahead if you had anything to add to that question.
Yeah, just to follow up on the question on the trees. The current plan that Roy had up on his screen in his presentation, there's currently 3 Milo trees that are being proposed to be replaced and installed because of the displacement of those existing trees.
Milo trees?
Milo trees, yes, sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Van Pernis, you can speak. You're not on mute now. We can hear you.
Does that statement mean that there will be new trees planted as 3 live tree removed? Is the Milo trees to replace or replace the live trees that are to be removed?
Yes, the reason we are putting back or installing Milo trees with the project is to offset the impact of the trees that were being removed. So the plans currently call for 3 Milo trees, 25-gallon containers, 6 to 8 foot height, 2-inch caliber.
Thank you.
Do you have any further questions, Commissioner Van Pernis?
No.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Yates, please proceed. You've got 10 minutes and you're on mute right now.
Okay. Just some questions I had. Why are you going smaller? How long is this project going to take? And what is the traffic impact? And right now I noticed that in the photo that the parking area was closed off. Is there a reason why that area is closed off? And you'll be adding more parking spaces to what's proposed. I mean, I'm guessing based on the picture I saw. And you said stumps of the trees to be taken out. Are there trees or stumps that need to go? I agree, the stumps need to go, the stumps need to go. And in that area there, is that a cesspool or is that septic? Those are my questions.
That's a lot of questions. I don't know if I'm going to be able to hit them all.
Well,
so the removal the project does call for removal of stumps of trees that either previously were taken down or fallen. But we're also removing, I think it was at least 2 trees two, I think they're Ficus microcarpa, Chinese banyan trees, to make way for the accessible ramp that connects to Ali Drive, and two of the accessible amenities, the picnic table and the barbecue grill that we're putting in. And we're planting back 3 sizable Milo trees in their place. Construction would anticipate somewhere between 6 to 8 months, maybe quicker. But that's our thought right now. There will be impacts some impacts to traffic on Ali Drive because the work that's going to occur at the entrance to the park along the shoulder of Ali Drive. But that won't be for the duration of the project, right? That'll be for a limited point in time. The comfort station is connected to the municipal sewer system currently. It was connected in the county's island-wide large capacity cesspool conversion efforts back between 2005 and 2010, somewhere in that time frame. So, there's been comments about, cesspools and sewage on site. That hasn't been an issue since, we connected to the sewer line over 10, 12 years ago. The reason we're going smaller is, again, to reduce the impact, both the visual impact of the comfort station. It shouldn't be a focus of the park, it should be a visual focus of the park. We're trying to maximize the amount of area for people to utilize. And that's the minimum facilities we feel we need to be able to support the ongoing use at the park and maintain it in a sanitary way. The parking lot in the background that you referred to that is closed, that's the parking lot that was constructed to serve the Laloa Beach Park area. It continues to be closed. We have a separate project, construction project that's proposed to address some issues that we're obligated to through our historic preservation procedures there. We're looking to reduce the size of that parking lot as it applies to the payout and some of the other cultural resources that are on that property. So that won't be affected. This project doesn't extend onto that site beyond some of the driveway improvements.
So you're saying the reason why the parking area is closed off is because it impacts historic or cultural sites back there?
There are obligations we have that are separate from this proposed project to preservation plan that relates to cultural resources on that site.
So isn't that like a waste of, to have it there and not be able to use it? And are you going to add more spaces in the front where people can, based on, how congested it is in that area there, to have spaces that are not usable kind of seems unproductive.
Yeah, so like I said, we have a separate project to address the La'aloa Beach Park, our obligations there. But at this time, the commitment was made that that parking lot would not be utilized by the public until we could make the necessary renovations. As far as providing parking for for Magic Sands itself, that Kipapa property across the street, and I think there's a right-of-way stub that's paved that people use to park and access Magic Sands. That was done under previous administration. So there's a significant amount of parking that's allowed there, provided there. Whether people use it in conjunction with the beach park itself, that's not really what we enforce or require. But as far as, again, Lalo, that's something that's outside the scope of this project.
And I didn't hear, but how many bathrooms in the comfort station? One?
I think we have two unisex accessible bathrooms, separate bathrooms.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Commissioner DeFranco?
Yes, I'm just wondering, the existing parking that is closed off, are you going to be able to use that space for your trucks? So they're not going to be on Ali'i Drive as this project is going on?
The means and methods for construction would be up to the contractor. What we would make available to the contractor is the area of the site that they're impacting for construction itself. We were looking into the possibility of using a portion of the existing parking lot on the adjoining property as a staging area, but that hasn't been decided yet. As far as affecting Ali'i Drive, the contractor would not be allowed to park or stage along Ali'i Drive, except for directly related to the work that's being done on Ali'i Drive.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, I'll take my questions and I'll do my best to keep within my 10 minutes. The first question is for commissioners. Were the commissioners able to find and review the environmental assessment in our packet? There was a link to a website, but it wasn't clear. We weren't provided with a copy of the environmental assessment in our packet. So I just wondered if the commissioners had the opportunity to review the EA for this project. No. Commissioner Van Pernis? You did. Commissioner Yates, no. Commissioner Knuhan, no. Commissioner DeFranco, no. To me, that's a concern in that it wasn't readily available, and the commissioners didn't necessarily have the opportunity to review that. The second question is, we're just wondering why the preservation plan that affects these sites wasn't included in our packet. Anybody?
Are you talking, I'm sorry, Chair, are you asking about the burial treatment plan?
Well, that also would be helpful to include in the packet, but there is a second preservation plan that deals with site 21220 and 21219, which are both referenced in the conditions of this project, but there's no reference, there's limited reference in the EA, but no reference in the background or recommendation about an existing preservation plan that exists on those sites and whether or not this project is in compliance with the conditions that are already established in the preservation plan.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to answer that as it was outside of the project area. Maybe the applicant can attest to that. But the conditions, I just want to note that the conditions that relate to those sites were put forth by the applicant as a good faith measure to ensure access to the shrine and other areas.
So, I mean, when we're dealing with the area of potential effect, you can draw your project area however you want, right? And say, this is our project area and this is the area of potential effect. It looks like you're taking into account the area of direct effect, meaning ground disturbance, but obviously effect can extend beyond ground disturbance by introducing elements that are outside that can alter the aesthetic of a property. So I would argue that although the direct effect is limited to the project area, was there consideration of a larger area of potential effect for indirect effects?
Yes, we take into account impacts to the surrounding area, and not just the areas where direct ground impacts will occur, because of the sites being outside of the project area, barring a wall, a wall. We had determined that there would be limited impact or potential impact to those sites. The applicant may be able to address more specifically their preservation measures during construction.
Alex, were you aware of the preservation plan that exists for these sites?
Not necessarily, no. Only what was presented in the EA and in the SMA application.
Yeah, the EA mentions the fact that there is a preservation plan for these sites, but it doesn't identify what the preservation measures are for each of the sites. And I don't have a copy of that. I know we've got Mr. Reckman. Oh, he's not here now, but Lokilani Brandt from Reckman's office, I know they prepared the preservation plan circa 2006. Would anybody like to comment on what preservation measures exists for site 21220 and 21219?
As far as site 212 and the 21219, the Springmore Poodle and the Pu'ula, I don't have that right now, but I can give me a minute. I can go and track that stuff down. With respect to site 21218, the Ahupua'a boundary wall, that Ibi Aina, that's on the south side of the bathroom, as part of the preservation measures, that's part of the La'aloa Beach Park Preservation Plan. That wall is supposed to be realigned as part of the La'aloa site project, but it's not being included in this project itself.
My understanding was that it was included in this project, that that wall would be relocated as part of this project. Is that correct?
My understanding is the relocation of the wall to the proper boundary is going to take place with the implementation of the preservation plan for the La'aloa Park site, not with this one.
Chairman Batusik, I wanted to clarify that. That's not part of this project. This project is restricted to the subject TMKs that were presented in the application. And we did consider effects to all surrounding areas, not just historic properties. And there's no physical effects that occur. The restroom has been downsized and made more attractive, and will present less of an issue, not more of an issue. There are no adverse impacts to those sites.
So I refer you to page 17 of the SMA use permit that states department plans to realign the wall to its original location with the reconstruction stylistically matching the more Malka alignment of the same wall that is still existent on the eastern side of Ali'i Drive.
That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. It's a separate project on a separate property.
Okay. Okay. So that's not part of this one. I guess the question remaining is where we are with the preservation plan for the fishing shrine and whether this project meets that. And since we don't have that information, I guess we can move on to something else. My question is there an existing SMA for the improvements either on Magic Sands Beach Park or La'aloa Beach Park? Does anybody know if there's an existing SMA permit that allowed the construction of the parking lot or the facility?
Chairperson, in November 1975, the original development of the comfort station, no SMA permit was obtained, as SMA rules and regulations were enacted that same year. However, an environmental assessment was conducted for the development of the comfort station. This is clearly listed in the background report.
Okay, what about the parking lot in the vicinity? The
La Aloha Park, the applicant would have to discuss a different park. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, one of the concerns that I have is the kind of segmenting and piecemealing of this, where we're looking at this as different parks, when actuality this is all use of one park by the public. To me, I think we should be looking at the improvements to the park collectively, so that we get an idea of what the overall improvements will be, what the overall effects will be on the SMA, rather than kind of segmenting here and there. You know, my concern being that we have a case where there is a burial treatment plan that's been identified, and we know that the applicant is not in compliance with the burial treatment plan. And so my question being whether or not that's a condition of an existing SMA permit that they're not in compliance with. You know, if it was a private developer in the same situation, it wouldn't be looking good for them, you know. The fact that the applicant's not in compliance with their burial treatment plan and then preventing the use of the parking for that area and then kind of segmenting it into separate projects, to me raises some issues. And I just wanted to know if there's a way that we can, my timer, but if there's a way that these all can be considered together instead of segmenting them separately. The use of La'aloa and Magic Sands.
So Chair Vitusik, I would say that, you know, the two beach parks are used in different manners, even though they're directly adjacent to each other. The majority of the park users that use Magic Sands are there to use the beach and those facilities, not necessarily what's present on the La'aloa Beach Park site. And they're two different sites. As far as your question about the SMA for the La'aloa Beach Park site, I don't have that information. I can't get you that right now off the top of my head. But again, you know, the purpose, the reason we're here, the primary purpose we're here trying to do these improvements at La'aloa is for compliance with a federal mandate, a standing transition plan obligation we have to the federal court system. So, you know, if we want to push it back for any reason, you know, other than that, it's just something we have to take to the federal court, and we just stay non-compliant with the 1990 ADA requirements that much longer.
Do we have an overall master plan for the area that will guide these improvements, so it's not coming off as a one-off?
So, okay, I'm sorry, we have, for the La'aloa Beach Park project, the proposed project, we do have an SMA use permit application. It's a minor permit, SMM 99. SAA-20-001-775. We were notified of that January 21st, 2021 by the planning department.
Okay, and I mean, do we know if we're in compliance with the conditions of that permit?
Well, we haven't implemented the project yet.
Okay. So probably not. Again, just the last question repeated again, is there a overall master plan for this park that we're working towards? And does this fit within that master plan?
Which park are you asking about?
I'm talking about the collection of the 3 parks, the Magic Sands Beach Park, La'aloa Beach Park, and Kipapa Park, which function, in my opinion, collectively.
There's no master plan that covers all 3 parks. The project that's pending for the La'aloa Beach Park site and the project that's currently in front of you for the Magic Sands Beach Park site have been worked on together, more or less. We have the same consultant team, same project manager and myself working on both. So we are working in tandem for both Makai park sites. The Kipapa Park site, again, that's just kind of a, that's not an official name for the site. It's park land that is utilized to some degree for parking. That's all it is at this point in time.
Okay. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion from the commissioners to either accept the SMA, deny the SMA, or to defer the application. And then after we have a motion in a second, we can have a discussion. Commissioner Van Pernis.
Move to approve the application.
A motion by Commissioner Van Pernis, second by Commissioner DeFranco. Okay, discussion. Commissioner DeFranco.
Yeah, I'm sort of frustrated by the piecemeal of that park. It's one of the few beaches that we have in Kona that the public goes to. I'm totally into redoing the bathrooms. I think that's good. I think it's good that it's going to be a smaller thing. It's good that you're planting the trees. It's been a shame to watch this whole parking structure go in and not be in compliance with the burial treatment. Is that what I'm hearing? And you know, so you put all the parking across the street. So now all the people, you know, of course, have to cross the street. You know, and to be sitting there for years like this, it seems like we should have a master plan in place for this area. Anyway, that's just my comment.
As far as the vote goes, would you be in favor of approving this, or would you be more in favor of deferring the application?
Well, you know, I think that they have the application in for the environmental study, the small study, and it would probably be approved. And I think we do need to change the bathroom facility and to put it into ADA compliance. So based on that, I would approve it. But I would also like to approve it with a request of, you know, looking at the bigger picture here for Kona.
Commissioner Yates. Oh, it's on mute, Commissioner Yates.
I would not be voting yes on this because I think, as you said, that we need to be more clear on what needs to be done as far as the SMA and all of these ruling. I know we always can use better beaches and bathrooms, of course, but it just kind of seems like we're missing something. So for me, it's a no.
Personally, I feel like we don't have the information entirely in order to make a comprehensive review of this. I feel like without the preservation plan and without knowing what the boundaries are for the sites that are there, we don't know how this application fits within the parameters of the approved preservation plan. I have concerns that the that they are segmenting the impact on the SMA by proposing a portion of the project here and saying that Aloha Beach Park is a separate project, even though they're completely connected and the same. I do understand the purpose and need of the project. I believe the ADA compliance is a good thing. I'm concerned that the location of it, I think with all the space on the north side of the existing parking lot, if any of that could be utilized. Now, I guess I do have another question, if I could ask the county. It says in the packet that the area south of the existing comfort station can't be utilized because of county zoning on page 17. But the zoning is resort. And I wondered what prevents the area on the north side of the parking lot from being developed as a restroom facility.
Sorry, Mike, what south and north side, what are you?
So it says on page 17 of the application, in terms of the location of the property, Makaya-Vali'i Drive, the comfort station cannot be relocated farther from the southern boundary of the property because the existing location is the only buildable area per county zoning.
Right,
Is
so
that referring to it can't be located farther north on that existing property?
Right, you look at the parcels, how the parcels are set up that comprise Magic Sands Beach Park. There's 3 separate parcels. I think one is owned by the county, 2 are owned by the state and are EO to the county. So, we're limited to what we have as far as the county-owned parcel. We've got to respect the property line that was made clear to us by the planning department, setbacks, and so on, not building across property lines. So, we look at the buildable area, we look at the impacts, the overall impacts like Ron said, and if we build within the same footprint of the existing comfort station, that's what was determined to be least impactful in totality. So we did look into building the comfort station up against Leeward Drive at the Malcolmos portion of the parcels that comprise Magic Sands, but again, we were dissuaded from doing so, or we weren't allowed to do so because of the existence of property lines, the requirement to honor building setbacks.
And what about locating it within the north portion of the existing parking lot outside of the barrel treatment plant area, buffer area?
For Lalo, we're looking to minimize any impacts beyond the areas that have already been impacted by parking. So if we were to relocate the parking lot, the comfort station into the parking area, not only would we lose additional parking stalls, it's already been said it's a waste that we're not using. If we take more away related to that project, that's not something that's desirable to us, and we wouldn't think that'd be desirable to anybody trying to use the park. But also we have an accessibility issue because we have to be able to get someone up to that elevation, significant elevation change between the park and that parking lot.
So is the grade is the issue on the ADA requirement?
Well, that and the impacts to available parking.
But the parking is not being used anyway.
Right, but under the project that separate project that we're talking about, which I referenced the SMA minor permit, that allows us to proceed with the project from planning department's purview. We still have funding that we have to obtain and possibly other approvals from other agencies, but that's where we stand on that. That project will go forward.
Okay. Commissioners, any other discussion?
Hey, Mike. aloha, commissioners. One thing too, just going back on your questions of what you're asking the county, with the burial treatment plan that was there, with my father, we were on burial council. We sat there for many things. And so I know why that parking lot was, it's sitting there, I would say dormant and shut down. Certain things were done that shouldn't have been done there, especially in the plan. But moving forward with this, what I see is, replacing the banyan trees, which is not a native Hawaiian tree, with Milo, putting in ADA compliancy, having the impact of the footprint being the same place. I see it as a good thing for our community. We have a lot of kids that we do many charity things with a lot of kids that are disabled. They have a hard time getting down to the beach, and that hill is a big footprint. It'd be nice to see the county put together a plan and not piece things together like how you said. But for me, I would love to see La'aloa come into a beautiful space that everyone can enjoy and have an easier time. But I'm with you, Mike, on what you said. There's many things that have been done and pieced together. We're not looking at La'aloa right now. Obviously, it is part of the whole plan. We're looking at Magic Sands Beach Park, which is in that Team K, and I'm for it. For me, I approve that moving forward.
Okay. I would like to. Oh, Maya, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I've been doing some research on the SMA permitting for the site while the discussion's been going on. And I do see that the department issued an SMA exemption determination to Parks and Rec January of this year. And this was for implementation of the preservation plan and the burial treatment plan. And basically the planning department determined that work, the preservation work, was covered under SMA minor permit 99. So we did grant them approval to proceed with that preservation and burial treatment plan work.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would like to make a motion to amend the main motion. I'd like to request, number one, that condition 8 be altered to state the applicant shall adhere to the conditions of the SHPD approved preservation plan and establish a reasonable buffer. The rest remains the same, which will remain in place until construction is completed. So condition 8 would be referring to the preservation plan for the site. I would also like to add a condition that the Department of Parks and Rec create an overall master plan for the use of Magic Sands, La'aloa, and Kipapa Park. So that future improvements can be in line with the overall master plan for the area.
I second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Sorry, Chair, there's just a point of order. There's an open motion to approve. So
that's correct. So we've made a motion to amend the motion. This is the secondary motion that and once we take this motion, that would be either applied to the existing motion on the floor or not, depending on the vote. Yep. To the Department of Parks and Rec, are those changes okay with you?
question on your master plan requirement. That
Yep.
would be a prerequisite to commencing construction of this project?
No, I think we would set a mutually agreeable time frame. What do you think is an appropriate time frame to prepare an overall master plan for the use of this resource?
Well, our typical master planning process takes anywhere from 1 to 2 years once funding is identified and made available to us through the administration. So, subject to availability of funds, we have to work with planning and finance and the mayor and council. So it's quite an undertaking to add a project like that to our inventory. So if we can do like the 5-year period, like it matches the time frame of the SMA, that would be ideal. But
I would be okay. Yeah, I'd be okay with the time period matching the period of time that's identified for a construction period of the SMA.
Yeah, we're okay with that. And the insertion of that preservation plan, well, what exactly are you intending there, or how are you interpreting? I don't know how to interpret that insertion.
If there's a preservation plan that's in effect that covers the Ku'ula shrine, then according to state law, you have to follow the conditions that are already established for that preservation plan. So since we don't have that preservation plan, I can't say exactly what it is, but if the preservation plan says the buffer is 30 feet, then you can't come in and set a buffer at 20 feet because you'd be in violation of the preservation plan. All it says is you have to follow the conditions for that site that have already been established, which would be standard.
Yeah, if it's speaking to the buffer size and location, then we have no objection to that.
Okay, yeah, it would just be you have to follow the existing approvals that you already have.
Yeah.
Okay, with no objection from the applicant, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of amending the motion on the floor? Aye. It carries 5-0. Are there any further amendments or discussion on the agenda item?
Chair Vitusic,
Okay.
Can we do a roll call vote on both motions?
Yes, let's do a roll call vote on the motion to amend.
Okay, this is the motion to amend the conditions. Sorry.
Just to clarify, this is a motion to amend the main motion that's on the floor.
Yep. To insert amendment, to insert conditions.
Okay. Commissioner Vitusic, Chair Vitusic.
Aye.
Commissioner Yates.
Aye.
Commissioner DeFranco.
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha.
Aye.
And Commissioner Van Pernis.
It's on mute.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion to amend passes 5-0.
Okay, moving on to the main motion as amended. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Van Pernis.
It's on mute.
Can you hear me? Aye.
Yes. Thank you.
Commissioner DeFranco,
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha,
Aye.
Commissioner Yates,
Aye.
and Chair Batusek.
I still have reservations, but
Motion to approve with amendments passes 5-0.
okay. Thank you to the applicant and the consultants that are here today. Appreciate your time. You will be notified of the decision in writing.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
If I may, I'm just letting you know, I'll be signing off. Jeff Darrow will be taking over Deputy Director, and I'll be signing back on when we get back to administrative matters.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And with that, let's take a recess. So everybody the opportunity to eat lunch and stretch. What time shall we come back? 1 o'clock? Okay, 1 o'clock it is. Come back at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everybody.
You want me to touch straight?
Okay. Everybody's coming back. I see you, Mr. Smith. Thank you. Yeah. Just waiting for everybody to come back. Did you have a question you wanted answered offline, Mr. Smith?
Yes. Can you restate how people can get on to watch it on YouTube? I've had 2 or 3 people text me and ask how to get on the YouTube, and I don't know what to tell them. Thank you.
Maya, would you take that question?
Sure. So if you go to our county website, or if you look at the agenda that was sent with the invitation with the Zoom link, there is a URL path that goes to the YouTube channel, and that will take you to a video of the meeting on YouTube. So it's available on our planning department website and on the agenda.
Okay, looks like we're just waiting on CJ, and that's it. There you are. Right on. Thank you. Okay, we will proceed. Item number 2, applicant is Jekaterina Mysin, SMA 21-000078. Application for special management area use permit to construct a 6-unit, 5-story condominium and related improvements on a 9,934 square foot lot situated within a special management area. The subject property is located at 75-150 Elite Drive, approximately 0.25 miles north of Royal Point Siena Drive, Pu'apua'a 2nd, North Kona, Moku, Hawaii Island, TMK 37-5, use permit to construct a 6-unit, 5-story condominium and related improvements on. Is that some feedback somewhere? Okay. North Kona, Hawaii, TMK 375-020066. Director Kern is recusing himself from this agenda item due to a potential conflict. There are 3 petitions for standing in a contested case hearing that have been filed on this item. One by George Smith, one by Jeffrey William Silva, and one by Nancy Capri. The first order of business regarding this agenda item is to determine whether to grant them standing. First, can we confirm with the planning department staff that the petitions were properly filed in accordance with planning commission rules?
Chair, all petitions were properly filed with the planning department.
Mahalo, Alex. Okay. So let me just refer to our memo.
Just wondering if you can see me and hear me.
We can. Thank
Okay,
you.
I can't see you.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay. So I guess we'll take them one by one, and we would like to bring up the folks who are requesting standing. And say, Mr. Smith, your application was received first. Could you please give us, oh, actually, let me see. Sorry, we haven't had one of these in a little while. We have to call the applicant, the planning director, or in this case, deputy planning director, as well as the petitioners forward. Everybody will be joining us together, and then petitioners, you can explain to us how your interest in this matter is different and distinguishable from that of the general public. We're in Zoom, so no one's coming forward, obviously. Mr. Smith, could you please explain to us the background of your petition and how your interests are clearly distinguishable?
We are the contiguous lot to the project. We have a common lot line with them. They separate us from a Leeward Drive. We are directly on the shoreline access driveway, which is the driveway that serves our condominium. We will be physically, economically, and emotionally affected by this construction and the new building. There are even some common features.
I forgot to swear everybody in. Let me back up. Would all of you please please raise your right hand? Mr. Silva, Ms. Capri, Mr. Darrow, applicants. Does everybody swear or affirm to tell the truth on the matter before the Planning Commission?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Again, going back to Mr. Smith, state your name and area of residence, and explain why you should be granted standing according to Rule 4-6B.
Okay. I'm the president of the Alacala Association and also a homeowner resident within the Alacala project. I'm speaking for everybody in our association. We are the common boundary line between the two properties, ours and the Meissen property, which separates us from Leeward Drive. There are significant physical features that cross that boundary and appear on both sides of the property line that they are considering major construction alterations to. And we are also contiguously adjacent to the shoreline access, which serves as our driveway. And the impact of the construction of this building and then its ultimate existence and utilization will grossly impact the little Alacala condo project.
Okay. Does the applicant have any objections to the petition for standing?
I think the main question here is whether or not these concerns should be brought up at this stage of permitting. The boundary in question has been agreed upon by both parties. There are no proposed encroachments over the boundary. Any potential engineering considerations regarding site work will be covered at the appropriate permitting phase.
Do you have any objections to the petition for standing in the contested case hearing?
Negative, no.
No, okay. Commissioners, are there any questions for the petitioner, the applicant, or the planning director? No, okay. Can we entertain a motion? Or, I mean, my question, I guess, before we get in there, my question to the petitioner, in your letter, you identified one of the concerns being that this project has the potential to curtail the beneficial use of the special management area and the ocean resources that are utilized at Alacala Beach. Is that through the limitation of parking that your concern is raised? Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute, Mr. Smith.
Again?
Go ahead. Yep. Oh, you're on mute again. Now you're good.
Okay, we have some concerns about the utilization and increased traffic and parking problems and potential conflicts that does create, which we've had in the past. We're more concerned with the physical aspects of such a huge structure, literally 20 feet from our property line, which puts them 40 feet, a 5-story building, 40 feet away from 2 of our units and blocks. That's in the details of my testimony, actually. But yes, we feel there's long-term consequences above and beyond the Shoreline Management Act. I mean, the shoreline access that does affect overall granting of the Shoreline Management Act permit.
Okay, well, at that point, we can entertain a motion from the commission, whether to recognize Mr. Smith's standing in the contested case hearing. Commissioner Van Pernis. It's on mute. You're good. Yep. You got it. Now it's off again. Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
So moved.
We need a move either to grant or deny the petition.
Move to agree with the petition and authorize it.
Second.
Moving that the petition be granted based on the record that the petitioner has established. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Yates. Is this a roll call vote or is this a show of hands?
I think it should be a roll call vote.
Okay, let's roll it. Any discussion first? Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, let's move to vote.
Okay, this is to approve standing for George Smith. Commissioner Van Pernis.
Aye.
Commissioner Yates.
Aye.
Commissioner DeFranco.
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha.
Aye.
And Chair Vatusek.
Aye.
Standing is granted 5-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next petition. It'll be Mr. Silva. Mr. Silva, would you please state your name and area that you live?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Aloha Kauko, Jeffrey William Silva, born and raised from the Big Island of Hawaii. I grew up in Mililii, South Kona. Currently, I reside in Kailua Kona, Hawaii on the Big Island. I'm new to this. I'm not going to call it an SMA. I'm new to this Ahupua'a, but I'm not new to Big Island of Hawaii. I lived in South Kona till I was 16 years old, till my father, Larry Silva, who was a county lifeguard at Kahalu Beach Park and White Sands Beach Park, relocated my family into Kailua Kona, where the first property that I lived my 16 years growing up in South Kona was Alakala's. And it did not look anything like what it did now. The access was a lot more accessible. And in the short amount of time, even for many may seem long, which is less than 20 years, it is very less accessible. My standing in this hearing, I appreciate the Land Commission and I appreciate everybody that's doing this, but I wanted to come at this from an archaeological standpoint, not on the development necessarily itself, although I do not support the Alakala 5-story development. I'm coming at this because in December 30th, 2020, my wife and myself purchased TMK 375020068, which is less than 60 feet away from this proposed 5-story development on the Mauka side. My concerns for this, we don't have enough time, But what I will say is the significance that I have on my land is one of the reasons why it was still available for someone like myself to buy it, because of the archaeological significance that's in this ahupua'a. In the short 5 months that I've owned this land, I have not been granted access. I've had to do all of my hand clearing by climbing over the wall that I'm able to remove, hike in, hand clear all of my sites, which I've donated over 1.25 acres of my Zone 5 ag for preservation. I'm restoring the hails, my burials, and a lot of other things that are on this land. One of my major concerns, other than the parking issue, is that I do not want to take that away from the public. As the Alakala easement, which everybody has been testifying against, testifying for, is the only access of two to Alakala Beach Park. The families that reside, that go down there to swim, fish, surf, all park in front of my property itself, which is limited. I feel strongly at this time, there is no facilities for the community at all. This particular piece of property, which I originally looked at and have walked, measures out to me to be about 7,500 square feet. I've looked at it again, it's up to 9,500. I don't know how you guys are scaling it. It is not level. The amount of pohoihoi and material that is gonna be needed to be taken out of this is demoralizing. I have pohoihoi structures on my property that are far more larger than this gentleman's piece of property. And my biggest concern moving forward is how this development is going to push the overflow into Ali'i Drive, into the surrounding neighbors. And that's only one of the issues. I would gladly open it up to the Land Commission, not just for the significance that I have in my front. If you were to drive by my property right now, which is just Malka of Ali'i Drive, you would notice that there is a large clearing, which I have donated over 20,000 square feet of preservation, which will be an example for the people in the community driving by my land, that this is a Hawaiian, I'm one of the very, very few people, largest, youngest landowner on Ali'i Drive at 38 years old. That to me is sad, very sad. And the Land Commission is the people that approve these developments. And of all the testimonies for these people, the people that are wanting to build here, it is not their problem that they want to build. They're going to do what they want to do. It's up to us to educate them, to show them that what we have here on Ali'i Drive is very limited. This particular gentleman's parcel is one of the last parcels on Ali'i Drive that is for sale, very similar to what mine was. And it very easily could be induced into helping our community for facilities, parking for Alakalas. There's no bathroom from Banyans all the way over to Hanos for anybody on Ali'i Drive that's walking, cycling, or surfing. There's nowhere for them to rinse off, nowhere for them to use the bathroom, nowhere for them to park. So it pushes the overflow onto Ali'i Drive, where they park in front of now other community households. I would never let my kids walk across Ali'i Drive Street. And lastly, I just want to thank the Planning Commission for your time. I really know that this is a very touchy subject for a lot of people, but if I can leave you with anything, is that we are losing our access as a Hawaiian, as people that have been born and raised here. We are losing our visit rights to the shoreline, and it's developments like this that are going to weed Hawaiians off the shore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Applicant, do you have any objections to the petition?
I guess more of a question. I completely respect Mr. Silva's testimony and his right to petition to intervene. Just maybe some additional clarification as to how his standing is different than the general public. He notes that potential shoreline parking would be reduced, and maybe more parking would be pushed to the front of his site, if that's what he's implying or intending.
According to Mr. Silva's testimony, his interest is different from that of the general public as a landowner within 50 feet of the proposed structure.
Yeah, and in that regard, we have no objection.
Yep. Okay. Commissioner Van Furnace, any questions?
Yes. I'd like to unmute to start with.
You're good to go. We can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Silva, your property is within 50 or 60 feet of this property, of the Meissen property,
Yes, sir.
and have you in the past and in the present taken access down to the shoreline near or across the property?
Yes, I have, sir.
Has your family joined you in that?
Yes, 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 they do. We frequent the area.
And is the parking in that area of the Lee Drive where your property is also affected by the potential development of Meissen property?
There already is no parking. So, for instance, now, if somebody wants to access Alacalas, they have to park in front of my property. And I'm not going to kick people off of access to my property, but eventually I will have access to my property. And the traffic that's parking over there alone just to gain access to it. This isn't even getting into the overflow of this proposed development. This is just the surfers, the people that are frequently the beach, visitors. There's nowhere for them to park. Even if they go down to Alacalas, the chances are that there's a homeowner down there already that has access, that's already taken the parking. So there is no parking, to answer your question, sir, down there. Even though there's proposed parking, there is no parking available for the public.
Let me state the question in a different way. Will your property be affected by the parking situation that the Meissen development involves?
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other
Nothing
questions?
further.
Thank you, Commissioner Van Furnace. Any other questions, commissioners? Mr. Silva, sounds like you have a pretty interesting project going with restoration of historic properties on your property there. Do you believe that the construction of the 5-story building could have an adverse effect on the context of the sites that you're trying to preserve?
Absolutely, Mike. To make that real quick, if you think that Hawaiians lived only on my property and they didn't live on his, I don't know what to tell you. Hawaiians were smart people, but my parcel is one of the last in the Kahakai Ahupua'a, and the amount of kupuna that I have residing on my land, there's no way, any way, shape, or form that they don't have them on theirs. And yes, everything that's done on that property, from anything, removing a tree that's not native, anything on that property. Somebody earlier, real quick, Mike, brought up a very, very good point about removing the pohohoi features on them. I have very, very large pohohoi features on my property. I have 5 acres of them, and I'm not removing one. I'm preserving all of them. And to me, again, this is just about respecting what's there. And I understand development is something that we can't stop, but also knowing where you're able to develop, that to me has to be the future of this planning commission, is knowing where it's meant for and where it's not. And I just don't see this happening there.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any other questions for Mr. Silva? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to entertain a motion to grant or deny his standing in a contested case. Commissioner DeFranco.
I'll make a motion to grant standing.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner DeFranco, second by Commissioner Yates. We'll go with the roll call vote, please. Actually, any discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner DeFranco,
Aye.
Commissioner Yates,
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha,
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis,
Aye.
and Chair Vitusik.
Aye.
Motion to grant Jeffrey W. Silva standing in contested case passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. The
Thank you
last
for your
one
time.
is Mrs. Capri.
Yes,
Nancy,
yes,
thank you. Would you please state your name and area of residence?
yes, Nancy Capri. I'm directly across the street at 756143 Ali'i Drive. I've been a 41-year resident of Hawaii Island, and our parcel is an actively farmed 5-acre agricultural lot. We are adjacent to Jeff Silva. We as well have taken much care and sensitivity to the historical and archaeological features. We have preserved, we have kept things that didn't require preserving because we understand the sensitivity to the area and the beauty of it all. We have planted match trees and participated. Our safety and our welfare is at risk with this development. Our quality of life is. And I'll tell you, I received a letter through an email, June 14th letter sent from Mr. Pippin to you commissioners, where he minimalizes these safety factors. He gives you a statistical argument that this is a low risk area for tsunami and a recommendation that evacuation is done by pedestrian mode. This is a total disregard of our safety. This is minimalizing it. These incidences are well documented in 2008 letter from the police chief, from a 2011 tsunami, and by the pure fact of every day, traffic is backed up from Lunapuli to Ali'i Point, and again, Royal Poinciana up to Kukini Highway on Lako, minimalizing it. The parking on Ali'i Drive, are you kidding me? It is a risk. It is a safety risk. There's pedestrians, bicycles. It's directly across the street. He's used a map, a Google map from 2001 to 2019, picking 8 days out of those 18 years to show a half a car parked on Ali'i Drive in this area. That's so convenient. It's minimizing it. He's mentioned, well, there's parking to the north. Well, meanwhile, we've got a 16 bedroom, not 14 bedroom. He's got a library the size of a bedroom with a bathroom and a walk-in closet. It's 16 bedrooms, 17 on-site parking, and 5 bike racks. He is going to push and take advantage of parking on Ali'i Drive at our risk, adding more confusion and chaos and safety issues for us accessing on and off Ali'i Drive. My family's safety is at risk by the pure fact that we're here. The next issue is that this is a monster building on a postage stamp. It towers above us. It blocks our airflow. It blocks our views. He has resubmitted a new design, but it's still a monster building. He makes a statement that says the new design conforms to the feel of the surrounding properties. Really? Seriously? We're residential agriculture. We're not monster homes. He refers to other projects already built, such as Banyans and Kona by the Sea. Number one, poor choices do not justify continued poor choices. Other projects, as just a note, many of these projects had land large enough to push them away from Ali'i Drive, sit down low with tons of large trees. My family will be forever adversely affected if this building is built. We'll be deprived of airflow, views, and safety onto Ali'i Drive. Every day we'll look at that towering monster down looking on us. Now he mentions that there is no impact and should not be any impact from wastewater runoff. He's got 16 bedrooms, 23 toilets, 41 seats, the sinks, a pool, jacuzzis. 80% it looks to be paved over, taking away the natural percolation of water. Again, he's minimalizing the situation. Failure of our aging wastewater system, our sewer lines, directly and affects us as a family on failure. The next thing that I want to address is the grubbing and grading. This is a major SMA situation. It's over the 500,000 mark. Somehow it seems that the engineer in his letter was to blame, but actually it's an owner responsibility, a developer responsibility to make sure he's got the proper permits before allowing work. It's just an excuse. It's irresponsible ownership. It's flaunting of self-importance. So I just hope that no one goes to this carrot that he wrote in another letter that by his increasing our tax revenues and the money that comes in as a result of this will give the county money to do the infrastructure and reduce all these problems. We can't fall for that again. My kids, my grandkids, they're born, raised here. They need to be able to have this. I'm like Jeff, this needs to continue. We are preserving it. There is a no question to me that this doesn't adversely affect us as a family over the public. So I'm asking you to accept me as a petition holder, and I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To the applicant, do you have any objections to the petition?
I'll refrain from refuting potential mischaracterizations of my letter, unless you'd like clarification on specific points that I made there. The substance,
I think at this point, the points are not the material that we're discussing.
For standing,
the applicant's standing.
I understand it's mainly academic, no objections.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant for standing? The petitioner, I'm sorry. Commissioner Van Furnace.
Yes, ma'am. How many feet approximately is your property from the subject Meissen property?
I'm sorry, I did not take a tape and measure it, but I'm directly across the street. So whatever that biking lane in is and the 2 lanes, I'm right there.
So
25 feet, maybe.
All right, thank you. I have a question for the planning department also.
Go ahead.
May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Is payment of real property taxes a prerequisite to this form of application? One testifier said the taxes were not paid. Did the county planning department investigate payment of taxes, and what was the result?
Maya.
Yeah, so this application was accepted, I believe, at the end of last year. And at that time, we did verify that the real property tax payments were up to date. So I believe that the applicant may not have paid the February real property tax payment. And so they may now be overdue for the payment of their taxes.
If the
Hold on one second. I'd like to hear from our attorney, Corp Counsel.
I just want to make one note here where what's going on right now is a hearing on the petition for standing. The actual application and the facts, the details of the application are not on the floor for discussion at this time or for questions. So we need to keep our discussion right now germane to the petition for standing. Once the actual application is on the floor, then you'll have an opportunity for these questions and further discussion.
Thank you very much. Any other questions as they relate to the application for standing? Okay, seeing none, could one of the commissioners make a motion to grant or deny standing based on the record? Commissioner DeFranco?
I'll make a motion for standing for Nancy Dupree.
Moved
Second,
by Franco, second by Commissioner Yates. All those, we'll do a roll call vote.
Commissioner DeFranco,
Aye.
Commissioner Yates,
aye.
Commissioner Kanuha,
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis,
Aye.
and Chair Vatusek.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion to grant standing to Nancy Capri passes 5-0.
Okay. So now that standing has been granted in a contested case, to proceed with the contested case hearings, our rules give us the following options. Number one, the entire commission as a whole can hear the contested case. Or number two, the commission can designate one or more members to act as hearing officers. Or finally, number three, the commission can hire a hearings officer to conduct the hearing. I'd like to note that even if the hearing is conducted by a hearings officer, the decision on the application will be made by the commission as a whole based on the case record and the hearing officer's recommendation. Before we start discussing our preference, may I ask council and our staff for any advice on information such as hearing officers' ability, budget, and the current virtual environment?
Chair Vatusek, I can respond to that. So we do have money budgeted for mediation and for a hearings officer if the commission chooses to hire one. So that process will be just trying to select the hearings officer to see who's available. And we have a list of, I think, 7 or 8 people that we contact. As far as the virtual environment goes, we've never had a contested case hearing during this pandemic. So that would obviously be one of the questions that we would ask whoever's hired, whether or not they have the ability to hold this hearing virtually.
Okay. Do any of the commissioners, or I guess for fact-finding purposes, if we have any questions of staff about what it entails? Commissioner Yates.
I'm just wondering, I'm a little confused. So it wouldn't be us commissioners hearing it, it would be someone else hearing it?
So procedurally, there's a contested case hearing is a step, another step in the process. And I haven't been involved in any during my time here, but my understanding is that you can hire a hearings officer, and the hearings officer will kind of serve as a mediator between the applicant for the project and the petitioners, the contested case petitioners. And then the hearings officer will collect facts and make a recommendation, but ultimately the decision will be with the planning commission.
So do we feel that we need that, or are we not able to do that as a group?
We are, what was that?
I said, can I assist in your answer or in her inquiry here? The commission's options are, yes, you can hire a hearings officer. That's 1. 2, you can select a single commissioner from your commission to serve as the hearing officer. Or 3, the entire commission as a whole can be the hearing, can conduct the hearing as the collective hearing office body.
Okay.
So you've got those options, and that's what you need to vote on at this time. So any other questions procedurally, or like Chair said, regarding, steps that need to be taken to do that, happy to assist.
Commissioner Van Pernis. You're on mute. Still on mute.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
I would like to ask the chair, perhaps this is a point of order, why you say a hearings officer would mediate. Mediate implies, or doesn't imply, it means getting two people to agree. Arbitration is a decision is made. Where, what does a hearing officer do if the parties don't agree to mediate?
My understanding is that the hearings officer makes a recommendation on how to proceed, and that the planning commission would either accept or deny that recommendation when deciding whether or not to accept or deny the special management area assessment. Is that correct, council?
Yes, although, so just to separate things, there is a provision in the Planning Commission rules 4.4-6I that does require all parties to come to the table and do a mediation. And that will be within 30 days of, it's supposed to be within 30 days of today. So that's one piece. The hearings officer is going to conduct a hearing. They will, they can discuss and assign different procedural, like in this instance, since there's multiple interveners, that hearing officer can do things like assign duties. That hearing officer will also have generally a pre-hearing conference to go over any procedure that needs to be lined out. So then that hearing officer there'll be a set date and time for that hearing. They will take testimony, witnesses, there'll be opportunity for cross-examination, et cetera. And at the conclusion of that hearing officer, if it's not the entire board, would be writing up a recommendation to the entire committee as a whole for the committee to review that, as well as generally a transcript or minutes. I believe it's generally a transcript from there, so that the commission as a whole would have all of the information they would need to proceed. Now, if the commission as a whole hears the entire thing at the end of the hearing, if the commission had all of the information they needed, they could so then move on that petition at that time, at the conclusion of the contested case hearing.
Commissioner Van Pernis. We can hear you. Yep, you're good. We can hear you. Go ahead.
I'd ask council, is a mediation you referred to conducted by a mediator different from that of the hearings officer?
That's correct. It specifically cannot be the mediator cannot be the same party that is the hearing officer. So it has to be a separate mediator to handle the mediation of the parties.
And who selects the mediator?
Maya, go ahead.
The mediator is selected by the parties. The parties need to reach an agreement on who to select as a mediator. So generally the process is that since you've granted standing to 3 individuals, I will reach out to those 3 people after this meeting and try to set up a mediation within the next month. I will email everybody, all of the parties, a list of potential mediators, and then they will need to work together to come to agreement on a mediator. If the parties can't agree to a mediator, then that issue would come back to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission would decide on who the mediator is. And that all occurs prior to the contested case hearing. If an agreement is reached during mediation, then the parties can withdraw their petitions for standing, and the application can go forward to the hearing in front of the Leeward Planning Commission. If an agreement is not reached in mediation, then it would go to a contested case hearing.
Okay, and can you give us an idea on the time commitment that is involved with a contested case hearing if it were to be the whole board?
Typically, if you have multiple parties, which you do in this case, it could take up to anywhere from 3 days to a week.
Mr. Silva?
Real quick, I just want to bring up a topic that I thought was really important. We're only speaking, the three of us on the top, me, Nancy, myself, and George. There's a lot of people that don't have a voice in this situation. And Simi McMichael brought up some very, very good points along with Janice Palma that I think need to be appointed to, that I think that was possibly overlooked in the beginning of this whole situation. So I just want to speak on behalf of people that don't have a voice in this particular, just because they're not part of this SMA or part of this Ahupua, where you want to put it. There's still a lot of people out there that have a lot of concerns that weren't notified simply between this meeting being tomorrow and this meeting being today. There's a lot of things that were overlooked setting this up. So I just want to make sure that you guys are all on the same page as this moving forward, so that, it's not just the three of us. There's a whole community out there that has their concerns too that aren't being represented. So I just wanted to throw that out there for you guys.
Yeah, we hear you, and there's always going to be involvement of the public throughout the process. It's just the different set of rules pertaining to the contested case.
I understand.
I understand. Okay, cool. Mr. Smith?
Yes, please. I think we all came to this with the assumption that we are going to be able to express our concerns to a commission of our peers, not somebody who is hired that we have no knowledge of, we have no control of how they're participating or what their true goals are. I think this is an issue between the citizenry and the people that are elected or appointed to manage our business. And I personally want this to be resolved at the commission level and not go to all of this other stuff that has the potential for going off the rails, shall I say.
Thank you for your concerns, Mr. Smith. This is going to be a planning commission decision. And ultimately it will, whether there's a hearing officer or not, as stated, this will be a planning commission decision. The hearings officer can make recommendations, but this will be a planning commission decision at the end of the day. It's just going to come down to availability, resources, and whether or not the commission can serve as a body or as individual, or whether we hire somebody. Commissioner Van Pernis. Still on mute. There we go.
I'd like to point out that after the mediation, which is the primary first source of a resolution, preliminary matters would have to involve getting the position statements of the parties and the witness lists, and excluding irrelevant witnesses. Only 3 people are good standing, and the witnesses would be limited to those who, without duplication, support the applicants or they support the interveners. I'm being familiar with this process. I would be willing to volunteer as a hearing officer to take effect after mediation.
Okay. Commissioner Van Pernis is willing to volunteer to be the hearing officer.
Yes.
Thank you for volunteering. And then with the commissioners, I guess at this time, having all the information that we have, if there's no further questions, I'd like to entertain a motion, whether to have Commissioner Van Pernis as the hearing officer, whether to have the entire commission as the hearing officer, or whether to independently hire a hearing officer. Commissioner Yates.
I'm in favor of us commissioners doing this rather than, I think we're quite capable and I think we have enough information, then we can do it rather than, keep putting it off and putting it off. So that's my take on this.
Would you be, in favor, I guess we need a motion before we can really have a substantive discussion on it. But
I make a motion.
All of us, just Mark, or any other commissioner if someone recommends, or or hiring somebody.
I would like to make a motion that we do it as a group, the Leeward commissioners.
Good. Is there a second? Commissioner Kanuha, second. Any discussion? Commissioner Van Pernis?
I'd like to make sure that everybody understands that he's just not listening to what they said today, but it's getting witnesses, identification, timing for that, timing for position statements, and timing for further hearings. I think this has a potential of going on for several days, and I question whether the commission wants to sit and listen to these interveners and their witnesses for several days. The chairman would have to make some stern rulings about non-duplication of witnesses, etc. So I want everybody to understand that I don't object to the whole group hearing this, but it's more than just a few hours of listening. It's day after day after day. And we'll have to set some rules on when things are submitted also.
Thank you, Commissioner Van Pernis. I agree. I have concerns about the timing of this. I feel like it's going to be a pretty big time drain on all of us. It could take weeks. This is more like a court case than it is a commission hearing. I would personally be in support of having Commissioner Van Pernis serve as a hearing officer. Commissioner DeFranco?
Yeah, I agree. This could take a long time, but I think that I'm more in favor of having somebody independently that they all agree on to sit there and listen to it and then come back to us with it.
So that would be the mediation component that happens before the contested case hearing, which is a requirement anyway. So no matter what, they have to agree on a mediator and they have to get together and they have to try to mediate and work out a solution. And you know, all the parties who are here now, I hope we can all come to the table and really work together and find something that works for everybody. You know, I'm sure everybody's going to have to give up a little bit, as the case always is. But if everybody can change a little bit, then it'll be a much better project. That's a different procedure. You know, the mediation is different than the contested case. The contested case will follow the mediation if necessary. And again, our only options are whether we all do it and all take on that time commitment necessary to hear out the contested case, whether one of the commissioners does it, or
right. So that's my question: is it just like what Commissioner Van Pernis is saying? This could take days, right, of sitting here, and it doesn't make sense for really all of us to do that. It makes sense to have somebody do that and then get back to us with their recommendation. That's the question, right? Whether we appoint someone from the commission, or whether we hire somebody, or whether we go as a group.
Yep, and at the end of the day, no matter what happens, it all comes back to us.
Right.
The contested case hearing is, and our corp counsel can correct me if I'm wrong, but the contested case hearings is more of an evidentiary process where they have the ability to bring evidence, swear people in, collect information, present information in a court-like proceedings to create a record that's going to be considered the overall merits of the project when determining whether or not to grant or deny the SMA permit. And then we take that recommendation based on the evidentiary record established in the contested case hearing, and then we vote on whether to issue the permit or not. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not comfortable with Commissioner Van Pernis doing that. I have sat on this commission for a while, and he can become very adversarial to people. And I think that if we're going to appoint someone I appreciate him volunteering to do it. I know that's a huge time commitment, and I know he understands the process, but I'm not sure that I feel comfortable with that choice.
Not to interrupt, I just would like to remind that we are still in a fact finding. There is no motion on the floor, so the application.
There is.
Oh,
There's a motion that's been seconded
I apologize.
for
I'm
the
getting-
entire LPC to be the hearings officer.
Good.
Okay. Commissioner Yates? Yes.
Would it be easier if I just withdrew that motion and we could start new?
That's totally up to you. I don't.
Well, I
Well,
mean,
you're-
because, all of these suggestions kind of make sense. And I'm, not thinking about, well, initially not thinking about the time involved in it. And because I didn't think that it was going to get to all of that. I thought it would just be based on the information we have, whether we were going to approve this or not approve this. I didn't know that we were going to get into this whole discussion of having somebody come in and talk about this and somebody come in and talk about that. So I'm a little bit confused myself now.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it will come down to what you said. It will come down to this commission making the decision, yes or no, whether to issue this SMA permit or not.
Mike, I have a quick question, Mike. I'm just asking, is this mediation about myself, Nancy, and George, and about being in the SMA? Is that what this mediation is about from the developer?
The mediation is the three interveners, you, Nancy, and George.
Okay.
Meeting with the applicant and with the county.
Okay.
So that you guys can get together and figure out, is there a way that we can design this project that works for you, that works for them? Is there something that we can change, that we can alter to make it so it's reasonable?
I understand. I don't want to take up any more of everybody's time. I know everybody wants to get out of here, but I mean, honestly, I don't see the mediation having to happen. This is just me speaking on my behalf. I don't see why there has to be mediation between ourselves and the applicant. I feel that we've given enough testimony on the behalf of myself, Nancy, Capri, and George, and the community to where the land commission should be able to make a decision on this. This is why we have these meetings. We've been sitting here all day. I understand that everybody wants to have their own say, but I don't understand. I personally don't have the time. Everybody doesn't have the time to sit on these meetings every day to see how we're going to work this out. And again, the problem isn't personally myself with the applicant. This is a community decision that I just don't understand why this has to be dragged out in that manner.
So the reason why it's proceeding this way is because of the applications for a contested case. If there were no applications for a contested case, we would be making a decision on this today. But the fact that there are 3 applications for a contested case means we have to follow the regulatory procedures that dictate how a contested case is given. And that includes the mediation process, that includes the hearing officer component, that includes the follow-up meeting. So because of the fact that we have applications for contested case, that's why it becomes a longer, more drawn out process.
I have to make a comment here.
Yes.
We from the outside view you as our jury, as a neutral party, watching out for the interests of both the applicant and the citizenry. And then to take that and put all of our inputs into the hands of a single individual, in which case the commission gets only one considered opinion, not the opinion of all of us, not the direct input. You miss the emotionality of it. You miss the context between us. You just get a yay or nay kind of thing from somebody that we don't even know. And we've been here long enough now that we kind of know each other a little bit. And when it comes to the amount of time, we've spent days and days researching this and looking into it and finding out what the effects of this project will be on our lives. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes. We we recognize that, but we do gotta maintain the rules, the contested case hearing rules that.
Mike, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you one last time. So if I withdrew my contested case, I've already stated my testimony, I've already stated my petition. If I withdrew my contested case, would you guys be able to make a decision with the council?
If all three parties withdraw their contested case hearing at this point, then I think that we would have to move forward with the hearing on this agenda.
I haven't even spoken yet.
So again, here we are with approved standings for contested case. We have approved standings for contested case because contested case applications were filed with our office. Because those applications were filed, we now have to go down that route. This is the decisions that were made by the interveners in the contested case. We've approved standing in a contested case hearing. All we need to do now is figure out who's going to do the contested case hearing. And we have a motion on the floor to have the entire commission do it, unless that motion is withdrawn. Commissioner Yates, do you still wish to withdraw that motion?
Well, I was like Mr. Silva, if that's going to make things easier and quicker, because I know that we do not want to be dragging this out, and I have to agree with Mr. Smith that we're going to have somebody else listen to it. We don't know who, and I'm just a little bit confused because I'm thinking that we would be the best people because we have all the information. So I don't know.
Again, we will get all of the information that comes out of the contested case. It's an opportunity for them to call witnesses to build a case about why this development shouldn't go forward. It's their opportunity to show, here, I have this site. This is evidence that this site will be impacted by this building. It's their opportunity to say, here, this many parking stalls. This many parking stalls will be taken away. This many stalls will be remaining. It creates an evidentiary record. It's not just 3 minutes of public testimony saying, I don't like this project because it's big.
Right.
It creates a record that we would consider when deciding whether or not to issue this permit. It's a level up from just your standard hearing practice where we're taking 3 minutes of public testimony and that's it. It's given them special standing to create this evidentiary record on why this project should not be there.
Okay, so they've all stated their case as to why, and they're not the first because we've listened to several other people on, the whole idea of Ali'i Drive, and I know this is a different project and a different different property, but we've all heard everything on many occasions. So I'm just not understanding why we need to go hire somebody else, get somebody else to do what we've done and heard previously. So that's why I'm thinking that it should just be something that we can handle without 2, 3, 4, 5 days of testimony. So I'm confused.
I have not testified yet. I have a lot of information that nobody has heard at all.
Hold on, Mr. Smith. Please don't interrupt. Okay, we're trying to get through this hearing. We're doing this because of your contested case hearing. That's where we are in the process. You requested standing so that we can give you the opportunity to have a contested case. We're just trying to schedule that now. Commissioner
Okay, so the only way that they can present their contest or this, standing, or contested case or contest for standing, etc., is by having someone do the hearing? Is that what I'm understanding?
So there has to be a contested case. Well, no. So from here, they go into mediation. The parties have to have a separate mediation.
Okay.
After the mediation is complete, if they still don't agree, then they go into a contested case hearing, which is designed to collect information to give the commission the opportunity to have all the resources, all the information that we need in order to make the right decision.
The collection of that information would be overseen by a hearings officer, someone who can preside over the semi-judicial proceedings and allow certain evidence to be collected, certain evidence perhaps not. It's up to the hearings officer to do that. Now, we can all serve as that, as your motion suggested, or one of us, or we can hire somebody. That at the end of the day, it's about collecting facts from the petitioners that will affect the outcome of the application. Once we have all those facts, it's the commission's decision to approve the permit or not. Maya.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to describe a little bit about what happens after the hearings officer's process. The outcome after the contested case hearing is that the commission will get the hearings officer's report. So you will be able to read and see all of the evidence that was provided at the contested case hearing. And then we schedule the application in front of the Leeward Planning Commission again, after you've read the hearings officer's report. And then the public again has a chance to come and testify. And then you would make your decision based on the hearings officer's report, all of that evidence and testimony from the public.
Mr. Darrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the key facts about a contested case is that you have been granted standing because your interests are different than those of the general public. Not anybody can request to be an intervener in a contested case. If you don't take that opportunity and this application down the line gets approved and you want to appeal that approval, but you did not stick with the contested case, you have forfeited your right to be able to take that to court. This is the first process that you go through in this quasi-judicial process. So it's different than just anybody showing up. Everybody does have a say as far as the general public, but there is a certain group of people that their interests are different, or they are affected more than the general public. So it is important that you consider this. Now, mediation is an important factor. Before, that wasn't put in the rules. The reason why it's been put in is because if the parties can come to some sort of agreement before it goes through this contested case, then everyone wins. You have an opportunity to work with people. I mean, we've seen cases where the applicants have chosen to consider their property to go before the Public Access, Open Space, Natural Resources Preservation Commission to be able to be preserved for the community. And that was, it was a result of a mediation that came out. And so there are, even with these circumstances facing you now, there are possibilities that might work for everybody. So if you can keep these in mind going forward. I personally, I've been a part of a number of contested cases. This one appears to be quite complex. So I would suggest that the commission consider a hearings officer so that, because it will take several days to go through this process. It's a lot of work. There's a lot involved, and I'm not saying you folks can't do it. I'm just saying it's a lot of work. We at the planning department have a professional service list that we have a number of hearings officers that we can choose from. And we would, if that is granted by the planning commission, we can look at hiring a hearings officer. But first things first is hopefully there can be some sort of resolution through the mediation. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darrow. I appreciate that. Again, with the motion real quick that I was making, like what George said and even Ms. Yates, I was just stating after everything that we disclosed today, I was hoping that the Planning Commission, after hearing the testimonies and the petitions and just some of the voices we've heard, I was hoping you guys maybe to make a decision, but you guys know what's best. And you guys let us know.
Unfortunately,
We'll go ahead
yeah,
and do
by
it.
law, the commission is held to this process. They
I
cannot
understand
make
that.
a decision, yeah.
I
But
understand.
ultimately, they are the ones that will make the final decision.
Understand.
Everything comes down to the planning commission.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Let me ask a question if I may. Does that
Hold on,
mean?
Commissioner Van Furnace, Mr. Smith, stop. Commissioner Van Furnace.
Unmute.
All right. First of all, I have a question for Ms. Jackson. You refer to all the evidence coming in before the planning or before the commission officer or the hearings officer ends up in front of the council. Is that correct? And if so, who pays for all the transcripts and all of that sort of business? Or is it just a report of the commission of the hearings officer that's considered in his summary of the evidence? Because if there's 3 or 4 days of transcripts involved, we're looking at a huge expense. And I think Ms. Yates needs to understand that because it is a contested case proceeding, the rules require a contested case proceeding. It can't be waived and go straight to the commission. Thank you.
Jeff, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe that the hearings officer's report is provided to the commission. And I thought that the report included the entire record of evidence, all exhibits and witness lists.
Yeah, it's available, but it can be voluminous. Normally, if the commission, I mean, it is available, we can send it probably digitally. We've had some extreme cases where literally it was 4 or 5 boxes full of information that was gathered through the contested case. Obviously, we can't just pass that around, but we were able to digitize it and make it available to the commission. But ultimately, the hearings officer comes out with a recommendation after reviewing the entire record and presents it to the commission. So there'll be the department's recommendation, the hearings officer's recommendation, and ultimately the final decision by the planning commission.
Commissioner Van Furnace. It's on mute still.
All right, 2 things. First, who pays for the transcript if we're going to get a complete record like Mr. Gerald refers to? We're talking thousands of dollars for a court reporter. And secondly, that if this commission decides to hire an outside hearings officer, the planning department should not be a judge of that. They are a party. The selection of somebody who the commission feels is neutral or whatever should be up to the commission and not the planning department.
Is there a protocol for who the commission could select as a hearings officer?
In the past, normally it's been the planning department that looks at the professional services list and sends out the request for availability of hearings officers, and then one is chosen out of the list.
So again, we've got the motion on the floor that the entire commission serve as the hearings officer for the contested case hearing. Is that motion still valid, Commissioner Yates?
Can we amend the motion?
Of course, yep.
I'd
Yep.
like to amend the motion to appoint a hearing commissioner for this, not have the whole commission listen to it.
Okay. I'll go with that. I'll second
Okay.
that.
Motion by Commissioner DeFranco, second by Commissioner Yates to amend the motion to hire a hearings officer for the proceedings. Discussion.
Yeah, with that being said, I'm just a little confused because I know this is not, I mean, we've, had hearings on different projects along Ali'i Drive. So I'm just kind of a little concerned that, we're spending so much time on this one when I don't know if it's proper to say or not, but when we've done others, and yet we're like back at square one of of others that we have.
Faith, the problem is that they have applied and been granted standing. So it's a process that has to go through now. We have to respond
to
that process.
Okay.
At the end, it all comes back to us. It goes before us again.
Okay.
But that's the reason that this is happening.
Okay.
And then again, it may not come back to us. They may change the project based on the mediation. They may work something out. They may find a mutually agreeable solution, fingers crossed. And we may not see this project again. We may see a different project that everybody in the community and the applicant agree on. So it's just getting that ball rolling towards that. We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Van Pernis, discussion.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, I think that this is a rare enough event, a contested case hearing, where the planning department should not be involved in, since they made the recommendation, involved in appointing a hearings officer. And I don't think it should be limited to a list of unknown people that they maintain. I think the motion might be modified to require somebody from Kona to be the hearings officer, and also that the cost of preparing the transcription records be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. It seems like we have budgeted for that expense. There's been no contested case hearings in the last 3 years or so that I've been a part of it. So I imagine there is a budget. Commissioner Darrow?
So the planning department does allot money for the hearings officer. They do not pay for the transcripts for the parties. They pay for the transcripts for the department, but the parties need to pay for their own transcripts, and transcripts can be very costly. So they need to keep that in mind.
Nancy, is there another question? You're on mute. You're on mute, Nancy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do we get to have any input on this as the petitioners? Because my thing is I don't understand. You have somebody that's volunteering. The commission as a whole doesn't want to take the time. And so do we get any say on who hears?
No,
Oh.
not this part of this decision. This is going to be up to the planning commission and,
Okay.
and yeah.
Thank you.
Parties will have a say in agreeing upon the mediator for the
Yes.
pre-hearing mediation.
Okay, thank you.
Different procedures. Right now, this is the commission business.
Thank you.
So we've got a motion to amend. I'd like to take a roll call vote on that motion. Motion to amend to hire a hearings officer.
Commissioner DeFranco,
Aye.
Commissioner Yates,
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha,
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis,
Abstain.
and Chair Vatusek.
Aye.
Amended motion passes 4-1.
Let's take a vote on the motion, because that motion amended the motion on the floor. And now let's take a vote on the main motion.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Amended motions. Commissioner Yates,
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha,
That was an aye vote.
Commissioner DeFranco,
Aye.
Commissioner Van Pernis,
That was an abstain vote.
and Chair Vatusek.
Aye.
So the motion to appoint a hearings officer pass 4-1.
Okay. So Rule 4-6 requires all parties to contest a case hearing to participate in good faith with mediation. Staff from the planning department will follow up with the parties to schedule a date. And you guys can handle that offline. That concludes item 2. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Best of luck with the mediation. And I hope you can all work it out and come back with a great project that everybody is behind. Mahalo. Moving on to item number 3. Election of a vice chair for the remainder of 2021. And everybody not involved can drop off the call. Any nominations for vice chair? I'll nominate Commissioner DeFranco, who's serving as our interim vice chair. Anyone else?
I'll second that.
Okay, second by Commissioner Yates. Discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Does anybody need a break? Or you want to power through, get this thing done? Let's get it done, huh? Are you good? Everybody? Okay, let's do it. Administrative matters, discussion of recent special management area determinations, minor permits, enforcement actions issued by the planning director.
Thank you, Chair. We sent the SMA log out to all of the commission earlier this month, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about that log.
Was the SMA minor for the La'aloa Park on that list? I can't remember.
Give me just a moment and I can check. Let's see. Sorry, my computer's a little slow. Let me pull it up here. Okay.
Wondering why George is still on.
Let me see.
So the La'aloa SMA.
Yeah, Mr. Smith, if you don't mind dropping off the Zoom meeting, and you can continue watching on YouTube.
Yeah, I'll go away. May as
Thank you.
well.
Aloha. And then Miss Ron Terry is still on. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. But that bought us some time. Any
So
any
Chair Vitusik, I'm sorry, I'm trying to respond to your question about the La'aloa. This was not on the recent log that we emailed you, but it was on your February log that we sent, because that approval was issued in January.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Van Pernis?
I raised a point of order, which I think was presented to you. Was in writing. You have that?
We do. You emailed some questions, and we can actually we can take that in unless it pertains to the SMA log, we'll take that in a later agenda item.
No, it didn't. That's right. The point of order was not a question. Well, it is written as a question, but it requires your ruling. I can read the point of order if necessary. The Robert's Rules of Order requires a chairman to make a decision.
If we're and we're taking this under administrative matters, is that right? You wanted to read your point of order under administrative matters, or under agenda items for next meeting?
Well, I guess if we're going to consider the questions I've raised under administrative matters, it can be the a point of order under that category.
Okay. Well, we'll close out administrative matters, and we'll move on to agenda items for next meeting. And were your questions you're referring to, are those relating to time extensions? And then the decision-making process that goes into the recommendation?
I think the point of order has to be answered first, because the four questions concern whether the rules and regulations of the planning department.
Okay, would you mind reading your point of order?
Point of order as, excuse me. Okay, the point of order is it's the Leeward Planning Commission, by way of its commissioners, able to inquire as to the policies, procedures, rules, and/or authorities of the County of Hawaii Planning Department and/or Planning Director and/or Deputy Planning Director, as to or utilized in processing and or producing recommendations concerning applications that are considered by the Leeward Planning Commission. If the answer is in the affirmative, what is the procedure for such inquiries, and where and under what category of agendas are such questions raised?
Okay, yes, so that question was posed to us, and Maya responded to your email. I think a question like that doesn't have to be on an agenda item. If you have a question on county procedure, you're welcome to ask that to them.
Ms. Jackson did not respond to the point of order. It's the chair's duty to answer a point of order. And Ms. Jackson, I'm sure I'll concede that she attempted to answer my other 4 questions, but I emailed her this morning after receiving the response that the response was not adequate, and I wanted these subjects placed on the agenda for discussion. It's been since April that I've tried to get them on the agenda and have been frustrated. So first of all, we need to have the point of order answered by the chairman.
Point of order.
Sorry, just to assist here, a point of order is essentially a motion made when there's a breach of protocol, a breach of the parliamentary procedure. It's not generally used for like in information or inquiry purpose.
So, you know, those questions came into us and it seemed like a general inquiry for information and not a point of order on the behavior of a meeting. So I requested that Maya try to answer your question, your request for information, because that's not a agenda item.
The point of order was not addressed by Ms. Jackson. She addressed the 4 questions referred to in my June 13th email to Noriko, who I understand sent to you and you sent to Jackson. These are questions I wish to have presented in administrative matters for the entire commission to discuss, because I know that more than just I am interested in the answers. And Ms. Jackson's response, again received this morning, was inadequate and incomplete, although helpful. So I'd like to have these questions, these 4 questions, placed on the agenda.
I'm having a really hard time understanding what the purpose of this is. You asked for information from the county. The county has provided you that information.
No, they only provided you a portion of the information.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
More information, then doesn't seem like you need it. If you know all the information.
Well, for instance, they provided me with they stated they had no rules or regulations or procedures for determining what was due cause or circumstances beyond their control that merited a extension of time. They stated they had none. That's what Ms. Jackson said, among other things.
Okay, so this discussion is getting beyond the scope of the agenda. Director Kern, do you have your hand up? Would you like to add?
I'm trying to place these on the agenda. I've been informed by staff that how to get things on the agenda would take place today.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to maybe help add to the conversation, my feeling is, as a planning department, as a government body, we are open to whatever questions come through, whether it be from the public or a commissioner, and we, answer those to the best of our ability. I believe Ms. Jackson did answer to the very best of her ability. It appears that some of those answers aren't necessarily received perfectly. I wonder if this is the opportunity to leverage that and to leverage the position as a commissioner to leverage that. But if it's something that you folks want to get into further, you as the chair and the commission, we could certainly discuss that, but it doesn't necessarily seem to be that case. And it's certainly not a Robert's Rule of Order situation at all.
And if I can go ahead and jump in, folks, if these are items that the commission wants to discuss, this is not the appropriate time to be having discussion. I'm sorry if I'm, telling people what they already know. The agenda item on your agenda today that states agenda items for next meeting are in order to allow people to request items on the agenda, not to discuss the content of those items. And the items that go on the agenda are to the call of the chair. So we need to be essentially itemizing or requesting certain items to be on the agenda, and the chair needs to make the decision whether they will be placed on the next agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Van Furnace.
Yes.
You're on mute. You're still on mute.
I'm seeking to have the 4 questions that were transmitted to you placed on the agenda. We don't need to discuss them now, but I want them placed on the agenda. We've already learned from the executive session minutes that were approved earlier today that the county planning department
Let me pause. We cannot discuss the content of the executive minutes unless we're in executive session.
The letter of Miss Jackson that I received this morning, and I asked all members to have, included matters that she did not answer and acknowledged that there were decisions and activities carried on by the planning department which were not under any rule or procedure.
Again, we need to stop discussing on the content. The request has been made for your 4 items, and that is now before the chair to determine whether that goes on the next agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Yep, I see the items. We'll review that and just make a decision on whether that'll be on the next agenda item.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, we will review the questions and make a determination on whether that can be placed on the future agenda item.
I think to be fair, we should include Ms. Jackson's response to my 4 questions on the agenda as well.
Okay, we'll determine whether that's necessary. Thank you. Anything else? Anybody else have any items that they would like to see on a future agenda? I personally would like to see a presentation by long range planning or by a series of presentations by different entities like Parks and Rec, like DOT, like long range planning, so that we can get a bigger picture of how the community is going to grow, what the master plans are. So when we're reviewing individual projects, we'll see where these individual projects fit within the bigger picture. I think that would be very beneficial to the overall understanding of the planning commissioners so that we're not looking piece by piece, but we're all working towards a greater goal for the community. So that's something that I would like to see in a future agenda item. Commissioner DeFranco.
So is that what the general plan is about, that they're working on right now?
It would be elements of the general plan and the elements of DOT's roadway plan and sewer and water plans. There would be elements of parks, on what parks are going to be built and what areas, so that we understand the overall plan for our community. And I feel like if we piecemeal everything piece by piece, we don't get an idea of the bigger picture. And I think we can be the body to tie all of that together for the things that come before us.
I think that's a good idea. Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, Maya, if you want to opine, we can work on that. I think part of it will be timing it out right, so it fits in on a day, because some of the days you guys have been having have been quite extensive, and where would we want to put that at the beginning, probably, so it's more solidified for the department, and work on getting a length of time that we'd want to fit that into, so we can then plan out the remainder of the day to be within reason for you folks, because I know how these get. So I think we can work with you on that and just try to fit it so it really does work for everybody.
Okay, that sounds good. And I agree. I think we can set it up at the beginning of the meeting, have a very somewhat limited presentation. It doesn't have to be super long. Hopefully we can just kind of knock them out before each of our upcoming meetings. We do take them one by one with each of the different entities. No time frame we have in mind yet. I just think it's a good process to get going on. Okay. Leeward Planning Commission's announcements. Leeward Planning Commission's next monthly meeting is scheduled for Thursday, July 15th, 2021 by interactive video conference. And that's a joint meeting. Is that correct?
We actually have a joint meeting at 9:30 to adopt rules related to the change for EnerGov. And then your regular meeting will probably start around 11 or 11:30. And so far we have 2 items scheduled on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you very much. So there will be a joint meeting component and a regular meeting where it's just going to be LPC. Is that right? Okay. Sounds good.
Mr. Chair, before you sign off.
Yes.
Just want to say I really appreciate all the work and effort you guys put into it. I do know what it's like being on that side. It's a lot of heavy decisions. A lot goes into it. Showing up, being there, volunteer, just really for what it's worth. I'm just really grateful to be working with all of you folks and for your folks' dedication to our community and putting in the time. So just big mahalos, everybody.
Thank you. Commissioner Van Furnace, anything quick before we adjourn?
I'm mute.
In regards to the upcoming July 15th meeting that Ms. Jax just referred to, I believe I've seen a agenda for that meeting, and the agenda refers to the joint meeting. The separate meeting that we will individually have, I think Ms. Jackson said there are 2 items on the calendar or on the agenda. What are those 2 items?
We've passed that stage of the meeting. We are now in adjournment. They will send a notification on the agenda for the next meeting shortly. Is there anybody make a motion to adjourn?
Or is there my 4 questions on the agenda?
Moved by Commissioner Yates, second by Commissioner DeFranco. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you all for your time. Everybody appreciate it. Aloha.
Aloha, everybody.
Aloha.
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 Aloha.